Okay, let's get started. Any public announcements or any announcements from the board to start off with?
I have one.
Okay.
So I attended this afternoon the 100th birthday celebration of many centenarians, including a special spotlight on Agnes Rogers, who many of you may remember was a very fierce advocate for seniors, especially in affordable housing, and also for the schools, which is how I first became friendly with Agnes and worked with her in the 80s and 90s. So it was a really lovely celebration. There are many more centenarians than you would think. The population apparently is aging. We're aging very well, better than our predecessors. And in fact, the girls who are born in the 21st century are much more likely to reach the 100-year mark. But it was a wonderful celebration. The Winnikers played. Agnes sang along with the music, and we celebrated her and her other fellow 100-year-olds. So it was really a lovely celebration. And I thank the Senior Center for putting it on. It was really terrific.
Okay, Ms. Hamilton.
Speaking of the Senior Center, there is a fall benefit on Wednesday, the evening of Wednesday, the 23rd. It's unclear to me what time it starts. It's probably 5 or 5:30. It was unclear from the website. And I also accidentally scheduled our scooter second public hearing on the same night, but it starts a little bit later at 6:30. That will be in this room for anyone who wants to provide their feedback as to their thoughts, suggestions, and complaints about the scooter pilot program that will end on November 15th. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Yes.
Two. One is that I spent a few days last week in Durham, North Carolina. There was actually a convening by a group called Local Progress for locally elected officials, and this one was focused on affordable housing. It was absolutely terrific, learning about things like community land trusts and shared equity home ownership and other tools that could potentially lead to more affordable housing in communities, including communities like ours. And I was able to present on some of the great work that, for instance, the Brookline Housing Authority is doing to expand Section 8 voucher utilization in town. So it's great, and I look forward to sharing more about what I learned there with my fellow select board members and you all. The second thing is this, just yesterday, the town of Brookline had our first Indigenous Peoples Day commemoration. I want to thank some of the folks that were involved in putting that together, including the entire Indigenous Peoples Day Committee, as well as a special thanks to Raquel Halsey from the North American Indian Center of Boston, who's a member of the committee and really helped make this possible for us, as well as Caitlin Starr at the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, who worked tirelessly to make this happen. I also wanted to share just a few notes from there, and also to note as well that Ben and Bernard were both in attendance as well at that event. So we had a quorum, although we did not talk about anything while we were there. But I do want to share some words that I shared then, just to mark the occasion. In addition to other comments, here's just a short excerpt. Moments like these have to be about more than just food and fabric. For us, Indigenous Peoples Day must be a call for remembrance and responsibility. So a word on remembrance. We hear the American National Anthem at every sporting event. Here in Brookline, we hear it before town meeting. But it tells an incomplete story of the founding of this nation. So too do our celebrations during the 4th of July, President's Day, and until recently, Columbus Day. The celebrations ignore the genocide, the broken treaties, the trail of tears that took place on these lands. They ignore the role of educational institutions in stripping Indigenous people of their names, their language, their customs, and their culture, all in the name of assimilation. And they ignore the unwillingness of governments to uphold deals struck and promises made. It's important that we remember these injustices lest we repeat them, and sadly, quite often we have. Through enslavement and internment, through segregation and discrimination, through gentrification and displacement, through violence, all as the anthem plays. The time has come for us to take responsibility, for while none of us in the room may be at fault for these atrocities, we as a community are all responsible. Responsible for making amends, for making reparations. We can do that through our schools by teaching curricula that tell the full story of this nation, and we could do that through our government by instituting policies and funding programs that address historic and ongoing injustices, which will result in equitable outcomes. It's been said that there's nothing we can do about the past, and that is so completely wrong. We can remind ourselves of its lessons, and we can take steps to remedy its failures. So let the day be a day of remembrance and also responsibility. Let it be a day of solidarity with those indigenous people who still fight to preserve our planet and their own way of life. And let it be more than a day. Let this be part of our everyday struggle for justice, for equity, for inclusion. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Oh, I wanted to mention one other thing. I'm sorry, Ben.
I was just going to close it out by calling attention to a forum that the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, Community Relations is co-sponsoring 2 weeks from today around domestic violence and what residents should know. So really important topic. I'm happy to see that DICR is amongst the groups that are organizing this. Again, Tuesday, October 29th, 2 to 4 p.m. here in Town Hall in room 103. And those who have questions about this event can reach out to Caitlin Starr at 617-730-2345. And of course, anybody who is experiencing domestic violence, there are resources available, and our police department spends a lot of time thinking about how to help victims of domestic violence, and there are resources available outside of the police department in the Department of Public Health as well. So reach out for help if you find yourself in need of it.
Ms. Heller.
So our campaign to encourage Brookline residents to opt up to 100% is continuing. We have signs going up every day in various people's properties, and people are opting up to 100%. I just got some statistics which indicate that there is some increased activity, and we are still behind Newton, however. So I would encourage you all to talk to your friends and neighbors, as well as yourselves. Let's try and overcome this deficit we have against Newton. I mean, that was one of our friendly competition with them to get more opt-ups. Who could have the most opt-ups is the goal, and obviously the goal is really to help the environment. But it's a friendly way of, not fighting necessarily about football, but about who can do the best job for the climate. So.
Thank you. So next, public comment. Now, we have a very, very full agenda tonight. It's going to last deep into the night. So I'm going to strictly enforce the 15-minute time limit on public comment. We have 5 people who have signed up, and I'm going to give each one of them 3 minutes. And at the end of 15 minutes, we're going to go into our regular agenda. So first, Dan Saltzman. Dan Saltzman. I know you, Dan. Sorry.
No problem. Good evening. I'm Dan Saltzman, not Don. Town meeting member, Precinct 6, 62 White Place is where I live. And I'm here representing many neighbors and many of the people you see behind me here, and many who could not be here due to the early start tonight. I'm here tonight to speak to the size of the operation, the volume of sales resulting from the Netta adult use retail establishment. As you know, Netta has paid its taxes to the state and to the town, and we now know just how big Netta really is. In its first 4 months, Netta did $25,052,867 in sales. That's just in recreational sales. $25,052,867. Project that out, that's $75.2 million in revenue annually. For comparison, the governments of both Colorado and Washington State release per-store sales information. In these large, fully developed retail marijuana states, the single largest store does $18.2 million in sales annually. Netta is 4 times larger than the largest in Colorado or Washington. To help write the Commonwealth's regulation or recreational marijuana laws, State Senator Jason Lewis led a small delegation to Colorado. They found that the average marijuana store in Colorado does about $1.5 million a year in sales. Netta's $75.2 million annually is 50 times larger. So what is likely the largest marijuana store, the largest marijuana retail store in the entire United States, is in the heart of Brookline Village. Netta's sales volume, 4 times larger than the largest stores out west and 50 times larger than the average, is too much. The volume is too much for our neighborhoods. We have to turn that volume down. So please don't say it's just another marijuana store. Please don't say it's just like a liquor store. It is not. It is not. Those of us who live in Brookline Village, or to those who want to run a business there, or do run a business there, we felt led to believe that we were getting just a typical marijuana shop in our neighborhood. What we got was a Walmart or a Home Depot of marijuana dropped into our neighborhood, and dropped into our neighborhood without proper parking, without proper infrastructure, and without the proper town services to support it. In addition to the problems of inappropriate volume in sales, Brookline's current cannabis policies and zoning have created barriers that prevent social equity applicants from participating in the cannabis economy. The Brookline Alliance for Equitable Cannabis Policies was formed to address these issues across Brookline and submitted the petition for the special town meeting. I'm here representing those I mentioned earlier, asking for your support to better integrate recreational marijuana into our neighborhoods. We're here to ask that you vote positive action on Warrant Article 29, which looks to break down the barriers of equity applicants and businesses in Brookline. And we're here to ask that you must do whatever you can to turn down the volume in Brookline. I want to close with a note from our next door neighbors in Newton. A Newton Tab article reported yesterday that Newton residents are demanding appointment only in perpetuity for a cannabis shop there. City Councilor Brenda Noel is quoted as saying in this article, and this is a direct quote, "No one wants to look like Brookline. No one wants to look like Brookline." We must turn down the volume in Brookline. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Ann Tester? Carrie Ann Tester?
She's not here.
Okay, so
Is that okay?
are you going to make another statement later?
No,
Oh,
not in public
It's
comment.
okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll be very quick. Hi, my name's Kelly Ann. No, I'm just kidding. Paul Warren, Precinct 1. On September 24th, 2019, NETA held its required annual community meeting at the Brookline Public Library. On October 11th, they released a report summarizing responding to this meeting. Unfortunately, NETA's report seemed to describe an event very different from the one attended by its neighbors, many of whom shared earnest accounts of NETA's impact on their lives since the shop's expansion into recreational sales only 6 months ago. Sadly, in response to residents' sincere and well-documented testimonials, NETA representatives offered excuses, indifference, and denials. They accepted little responsibility for the challenges we are facing and refused to answer even the simplest questions about their businesses. The neighborhood was invited to a community meeting that was billed as a feedback session. What we experienced was a long, drawn-out PR and sales pitch by NETA's president. After nearly an hour, when participants grew restless, knowing that they had families to get back to and time was running out, NETA seemed to begrudgingly allow the neighbors to speak. In NETA's report on this event, NETA makes the outrageous statement that the majority of those in attendance did not care to hear about NETA's diversity initiatives and equity programs. This statement is beyond offensive and just not true. NETA came to talk. The community expected that NETA was there to listen. The inability of NETA to get this most fundamental aspect of community relations highlights the problem that our neighborhood is having with NETA. They are more interested in perception than reality, which each passing day, as NETA works to malign the reputation of the very residents who host its oversized business operation. Many in the neighborhood are starting to feel that Netta is more about protecting their revenue than protecting the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Silbaugh?
Hi, I'm Kate Silbaugh, town meeting member, Precinct 1, and also a co-petitioner on the cannabis operations warrants. And I'm just here to say something very quick about the Netta report about whether or not people like myself who are skeptical of commercial cannabis are concerned about sort of a type of person, which is something that Netta put in their report. And I just want to say a couple points about that. And the first one is, if I hear anything that suggests anything disparaging about cannabis users, I certainly plan to call it out, and I don't buy into that myself, and I don't believe that that there's anything connected to being skeptical of commercial cannabis and concern about, you know, who consumes cannabis. And more to the point, I think for all of us, as we go forward in these conversations, we just have to really remember that cannabis is largely a white drug. So I'm concerned about Netta kind of putting that statement forward, because if we know anything about the war on drugs, the one thing we should know about it is that people use cannabis at similar rates across the population. And the war on drugs was conceived to make it seem like people of color used cannabis more than other people. And it's just not the case. And I haven't seen any evidence about whether commercial users of cannabis are disproportionately people of color, but certainly not the case historically prior to the commercialization. And I don't have any reason to think that Netta's users are any different than cannabis users. Cannabis is largely a white drug, overwhelmingly a white drug.
Thank you. Liz Linder?
Thank you. I signed up by accident. I thought I was just saying I was here. But I would like to
You
underscore.
don't have to speak.
I want to speak. I want to
Okay.
speak because I have something
So
to
it
add.
wasn't an accident,
Every week it's a
totally.
little colorful. I just want to underscore what Dan said and turning down the volume. I was reflecting back on when this was an appointment-only medical marijuana dispensary, and there were really, I could not even name an issue that I saw in contrast to what I'm seeing now. And I am, walking back and forth between my home and my studio, smelling, like last night it was like, I kind of like the smell, actually, but it's like on the street. I'm thinking, is anybody managing this? And, I have employees and people who come to my studio who are like, wow, it's really something out there. So I'm just reporting back what my visitors and colleagues are noticing, and, every now and then an altercation and police lights, so there you have it. Thanks.
Thank you.
So turning down the volume, I think, would be great.
Sloan Furnace? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on from public comment. As the last name down, someone else crossed off their name. Miscellaneous, question of approving and executing contract PW 20-11 Russet Road improvements. So, Mr. Papasturgeon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The contract before you was presented last week, or several weeks ago, and is for the milling and overlay of that portion of Russet Road between the VFW Parkway and Independence Drive. That section of road is in dire need of resurfacing. It was not in its current position on our pavement management program until we started receiving complaints and actually rode the street and determined that it was bad enough that we really needed to jump it up onto the list. This year, we had some additional funds in our roadway money and figured that the best use for that was to dedicate it to the resurfacing of Russet Road. When it came before you the last time, there were several issues that were raised, and I'd like to enlighten you as to the facts about those issues. The first issue had to deal with the condition of the water system on Russet Road. It was alluded to that the water mains are corroding and deteriorating and are in need of replacement. Nothing could be further from the truth. The water system on Russet Road, as it is in the entire town, has been completely rehabilitated. The town spent nearly 40 years at $40 million to rehabilitate our water distribution system, so far ahead of the curve of every other community that we're in a position second to none, or second to just a few right now. When we reconditioned our water system, most of our mains are either cast iron, very thick-walled cast iron, or they're ductile iron pipe, unlike many communities that have an assortment of other different types of pipes that don't hold up as well. We cleaned and cement lined every foot of distribution main in Brookline on both our high surface and our low surface for a total of 136 miles of pipe. Every street was done, every main valve was replaced, every hydrant lateral was replaced to enable us to get the full capacity for fire protection. Our water system is second to none. It is not corroding, it is not deteriorating. It's in fine shape and will be in fine shape for many more years to come. Generally, when you do the type of rehabilitation that we did, the system is good from anywhere from 75 to 100 years more, and we're well within that time period. And it won't be replaced under my watch, I guarantee you, because I won't be here 50 years from now. But, service pipes are a different matter. Every house has a service pipe connection to the water main. While I'm very confident that the water main is in great shape, many service pipes are not. The town has been replacing service pipe connections from the water main to the property lines for many, many years with the material of choice today, which is copper. Many times the service pipe, that portion on private property, is a lot more difficult to replace because that falls on the homeowner. So if there's a leak on that piece of pipe, it falls on the homeowner to replace that at their expense. If it's on the main in the street, generally, in most cases, it's at the town's expense. And most of those have been done. So say that the water system is deteriorating on Russet Road or any other street, for that matter, in the town of Brookline is false information. The gas system is another matter. As you know, we have no control over the gas distribution system. We spent hours and hours talking about gas leaks and gas mains in these chambers. All we can do is report the information from National Grid. Whenever we do a project of this magnitude or any type of magnitude, grants of locations or any other issues, we do put the inquiry into National Grid to find out what's going on with this system. Do they have any leaks? Are they grade 1s, 2s, or 3 leaks? If so, where are they at? What's the schedule to replace them? Much as you've been requiring us to do, and we've been doing that. On Russet Road, because this contract was fast-tracked, we did not do that initially because we were talking about going in and doing a quick fix on the surface of the road. We have since done that, though. We did get a report from National Grid, and since 2008, there have been 5 service leaks on Russet Road. I'm not sure how many were prior to 2008, but in the last 11 years, there have been 5 service leaks. There have been no main leaks except for one currently. There is currently a grade 2 leak at the intersection of Russet and Grassmere, which National Grid agreed to expedite. In fact, the permit was issued today by our office for the repair of that grade 2 leak, which should be done this week, well in advance of any paving that we would do. They know of no other leaks on Russet Road. We asked about the conditions of the main. Would the main require replacement, at least not either now or in the near future? National Grid has what they call a leak-prone pipe inventory that they maintain on all their distribution systems. Each segment of pipe is evaluated for how prone they are to leakage. And I imagine that they take leak history into consideration, age of the pipe, material of the pipe, and corrosivity of the soil as well. Many years ago, a piece of the gas main was replaced on Beverly Road, which different circumstances than exists on Russet Road, according to National Grid. And there again, I can only report what I'm told. The condition of the gas main on Russet Road does not warrant replacement at this time or even in the near future. And they have not included it in, at least for the time being. It's beyond our control to force anybody, any private utility to do something that they're not scheduled to do. I can't force National Grid to come in just because we're going to put an overlay on Russet Road to replace the gas main on Russet Road. I think that we'd probably put them out of business very quickly if they were to do that on every street that we paved in this town. So I think the best path forward is to go ahead with this contract. My fear is that if we don't fix the pavement surface on Russet Road today, and we put it off, the next time we do it, we're not going to be able to mill it and overlay. We're going to have to reconstruct it, which means full depth excavation, replacement of the road bed, you know, the whole shebang at probably 4 times the cost. So this is a fix that should get us through the next 5 to 10 years. And gets us in a better position with the wearing surface on that road, and it's my recommendation that we move forward with this contract.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have a question. I just want to make sure I understood what you said about the leak. There is a leak on Russet Road, which you said that you've issued a permit to National Grid, and they are supposedly going to fix it in the next...
This week.
This week.
Yes.
So is that the same, you mentioned in your memo, there was a proposed gas main replacement at the intersection of Russet Road and VFW Parkway scheduled for calendar year 2022.
Yes.
So are those connected?
Yes, that's for the portion of Russet Road that's beyond the scope of this paving project. We're going to pave between the VFW Parkway and Independence Drive. They are going to replace the main that crosses the VFW Parkway heading to the town line on the other side of Russet Road, and that's in their schedule for 2022, calendar year 2022. But that's beyond the scope of work for this particular project.
I see. But the leak itself is within the scope, and that's what you're
Yes.
going to fix?
Correct.
Okay, or they're going to fix?
Yes.
Okay.
And they respectfully, they were willing to expedite that because of this paving project. It was a grade 2 leak.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So I heard you talk about National Grid, I heard you talk about water and sewer. I just want to confirm that that Eversource, Verizon, and Comcast are not in the roadbed, they're above.
They're overhead.
On poles. in
They
this-
are overhead.
Okay.
But thanks for mentioning sewer. I didn't mention sewer. I did earlier to you, though. Our wastewater system is in process of being rehabilitated, similar to what we did to the water system today. But we go in and we take out entire areas and we slip line the sewers that are in the ground. Fortunately, the slip lining process is not intrusive. It doesn't require us to do any excavations. We access the pipes through existing manholes. So as we get to that area for slip lining the sewers, which we will, it doesn't require us to do any excavation in the roadway.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I move.
Actually, sorry. So we've gotten a number of letters urging us to put this off. So I guess the way you've presented it, we could put it off, but it would be more, it would require more that would be more expensive. At what point, do you see anything coming together with respect to National Grid or any of these other companies that would, that if we put this off, would actually remediate?
I don't see National Grid changing their studies and replacing the main on Russet Road because we want to do an overlay. No. It is a lot more expensive if we delay, yes. You know, they have an analysis that they go through. I'm not familiar with their analysis, but very similar to what we do with our water system. We evaluate leak-prone pipes, and we decide to replace mains or rehabilitate mains that are high up on the leak-prone category. According to grid, this pipe is not. So I can't dispute that.
One other point. So when you pave a road, you don't do a full excavation, is that correct?
Not unless the road is in such dire condition that we have to replace the road bed. If we can get away with, there are many, many methods of dealing with roadway deterioration, depending on the amount of deterioration. The worst, of course, requires us to do full-depth excavation and actually tear everything out, tear the base material out and replace it all. That's very expensive.
That's not the case here.
That's not the case here. No, we're going to go in and we're going to mill the existing pavement. We usually mill it to the depth of an inch or an inch and a half. In some cases, it may require us to mill a little bit deeper, and then we'll install a leveling course if that particular area is disintegrated. But then we'll mill out a portion of the existing asphalt, and then we will go in and reinstall a new wearing surface, inch to inch and a half thick. And then, of course, restore the pavement markings, if there are any.
How much, like, if you had to put it in terms of days of construction, what's the difference between complete reconstruction and the mill and overlay that you're
3 months versus 1 week, basically. We're talking about 2,000 feet of road here. We can go in and mill and overlay that road probably in 5 days, weather permitting, 5 to 8 days max, I'm thinking. If we were to do full depth reconstruction on that road, it would be out of commission for months. And it would be gravel.
Thank you.
For months.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, I move approval of the executing contract PW 20-11 Russet Road improvements in the amount of $148,799.70 with LaRusso Corporation, Plainville, Massachusetts. Mr. Franco.
Aye.
Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question of awarding and executing contract 20-12 complete streets improvements on Harvard Street, Washington Street, and Summit Avenue in the amount of $499,214 with Mario Susi and Son, Dorchester, Massachusetts. Mr. Papastergian again.
I'm happy to report this. This is our first complete street project that's funded in part by MassDOT. We did receive funding to the tune of $234,968 towards this project. A small portion of the funds are coming from the Transportation Network monies from FY19, not FY20, and the balance coming from our roadway capital money. But this project was bid on September 26th. There were 3 bidders. Mario Susi was the apparent low bidder at $499,214. High bidder was Dago Electric Construction Corp. at $576,472. And as I said, there were 3 bidders. The work involves intersection and roadway improvements at seven locations, mostly on Harvard Street. Includes the intersections of Harvard and Babcock, Beacon and Harvard, Harvard at Longwood, Harvard at Vernon, and Harvard at Harvard Avenue. It also includes intersection improvements at Washington Street and Greeno Street, and on Summit Avenue at right adjacent to Corey Hill Outlook Park. But the improvements themselves consist of what they call improvements to multimodal mobility. They will include curb extensions to reduce pedestrian crossing width. Those are the curb jut-outs that you see at crosswalks that shorten the period that a pedestrian has to be within the roadway. Installation of rectangular rapid flash beacons. Those are the pedestrian-activated rapid flash beacons that flash when somebody's in the crosswalk. Wheelchair ramp reconstruction to make ramps compliant with current code, raised crosswalk installation, and some new pavement markings. And those would be done at all those different locations.
Any questions, Mr. Heller?
The question about the National Grid, I did attach.
You
to your-
anticipated my question.
Well, of course. We did attach to your packet the report from National Grid.
The active leaks report,
Yeah, and, yes,
that's what I'm looking at.
and there are two grade 2 leaks,
Right.
one at Beacon and Harvard, and one at Harvard and Vernon. National Grid assures us that they're going to move to repair those before this work is completed. So that's probably within the next 4 to 6 weeks. Those 2 leaks will be repaired. They do have a main sealing project scheduled for fiscal year '22 on pretty much the full length of Harvard Street, but there's no excavation required for that other than access pits every so often where they dig an access pit to get into the main, and they do a internal sealing of the main. So that will not be an issue with this intersection contract. And there was a short piece of main replacement, I believe, on Summit Ave, that they were going to do a main replacement there, and that also was scheduled for FY '22. But there again, I don't think that there's any conflict with the limits of our scope of work and what their work would be a few years out, so.
Can you just talk briefly about the improvements at that intersection of where Summit meets Corey Hill Park? I know there was some concerns about safety up there. Do these also address those concerns?
Yes, yes, we will be doing the curb outs, the shortened crosswalks. I believe, I'm not sure, but it probably calls for a rapid flash beacon there as well, in an attempt to make it more pedestrian safe, all these intersections. So I think it's long overdue. I also think it's a great use of the Complete Streets money that the state. By the way, this entire project has been vetted and approved by MassDOT, which is the reason why they issued the funding for it as well. So it's a good project to start.
It's very rigorous. You're up against all other communities that apply for these scarce funds.
So this is a Complete Streets project, but it looks like it's primarily making pedestrian
Yes.
access and safety priority. Is there any future plans to, on these streets, provide better bicycle and scooter mobility?
Yeah, that would be a whole separate process. This one focused on pedestrian improvements. We have other projects in the queue for bike safety and bicycle lane improvements. You're familiar with the bridle path proposal. That's also in the queue. But, Complete Streets is going to offer us a lot of opportunities going forward. One of my pet projects is I'd love to do a Complete Streets design for the full length of Washington Street. Washington Street is our main thoroughfare. I think it takes the most traffic. It has the most pedestrian activity. It has a lot of bicycle activity. To me, it's a perfect project to showcase a Complete Streets project and what can be done with that. So we've already begun steps to look into the feasibility of reconstructing Washington Street, the full length, as a Complete Streets project in the future.
I'm thinking of Harvard Street in particular, which is an access route for both bicyclists and scooter riders into BU. Is there any, I know you're doing some work up near Babcock, but what about, do you have in the queue work on the lower part of Harvard Street?
Actually, we've already done a lot of work with bike lanes on the full length of Harvard Street. I'm not sure exactly what's in the queue to do further work, but yeah, we recognize that Harvard, Washington, Beacon, those are our main traveled ways, and a lot of times that's what we focus on.
Any other questions? I move approval of awarding and executing contract PW 20-12, Complete Streets Improvements on Harvard, Washington, Summit Avenue in the amount of $499,214. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next. Mr. Masek, how you doing?
Good, how are you? Ray Mason, Building Department.
Question of approving change order amendment in the amount of $11 million $907,382 with Skanska USA Building in connection with the high school expansion project. What say you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we continue to bid the project, and this is for the STEM wing. Included in this package is 5 sub-trade bids. Out of 60 anticipated bid packages for the STEM wing, we procured 34, which represents 50% of the bid packages, and 75% of the value of the STEM wing has been procured to date.
Okay, any questions? I think last meeting, or maybe meeting before last, I asked you about a plan for non-discrimination implementation of the requirements in the MBTA project materials. You know, they have a boilerplate, as we know. Have you been able to pull something together regarding that?
I have not.
No, okay. I'll keep reminding you.
Our overall project, though, to note, is 10.4% for minority business enterprises and women business enterprises.
So it'd be useful to have just that statement of, you know, what our plan is, you know, available to the select board. Okay, thank you.
I'd like to just point out really quickly that a lot has been happening at the high school lately. So if you haven't had a chance to go by, I urge you to do so. They're knocking that STEM wing down. There's a lot of construction around. And once we got the license to entry and the easement issues settled with the MBTA, they began work in earnest. And so it's very exciting. There's, you know, construction pathways and all kind of safety precautions around the high school as well. So I think
It's
the
a very
public.
exciting time on the project.
So why is this a change order?
We call it it's a change order in name only.
Okay.
It's more, I would consider it an amendment. You keep bringing before you what's called pre-GMP, which is guaranteed maximum price. And to do the guaranteed maximum price, we're bringing little chunks of the project to you as we bid the project.
Okay, so these are bite-sized chunks that are then bid out, like,
These are all bid.
yeah, okay.
You know, what makes up these little bid packages, it's called a request, an RTA, request to award. And everything must come to the owner, us, the town of Brookline, and everything must be bid with at least, if they can, at least 3 quotes.
Okay.
For what's called for filed sub-trades, we do a different process where we put it back, we advertise it, and those bidders that have been pre-qualified get to bid on our project.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, I move approval of change order / amendment in the amount of $11,907,382 with Skanska USA Building, Inc. in connection with the high school expansion project. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. I guess you're up for this one, too. Question of approving additional funding at a minimum amount of $25,000 for real estate force account in connection with legal work associated with the high school expansion project, MBTA easement, and other related documents.
As part of the memorandum of understanding, the MBTA set up what's called force accounts, which means if they have to do, as for this account, such as real estate, they hire outside attorneys to review the easements, all the documents that you signed, like last week or the week before. So what this represents is the actual costs that have been forwarded to me. They sent the letter, and the letter said, you owe us in your force account $122,826.10, of which was the minimum of $25,000, which leaves us with $97,826.10 that is required for us to pay to the MBTA under the force account agreement.
Okay, any questions? I move approval of additional funding at a minimum amount of $25,000 for the real estate force account in connection with legal work associated with the high school expansion project, MBTA easement. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. So next we have six temporary licenses for liquor sales. So I'd like to take them together, if that's okay with everyone. I'll read out what they are, and then we'll vote approval. I believe all of them have all the necessary approvals.
Yes.
Yeah.
The police department's reviewed everything and sees no reason to deny any of these applications.
So, temporary all kinds beverages, non-sales license to Lars Anderson Auto Museum for a product launch reception. Temporary wine and malt beverages sales license to the Pierce PTO for a fundraiser. Temporary wine and malt beverages sales license to Power Rowing LLC for a charity gala. Temporary wine and malt beverages license to Olive Connection for a cooking class with Tavernade Harrow. Temporary wine and malt beverages sales license to Coolidge Corner School PTO for a staff social. And temporary all kinds beverage sales license to Pine Manor College for a bat mitzvah. Any
there's
questions?
one more.
I know, that's
No,
Oh,
something
that's
else.
just a DBA, okay.
Any questions? No? I move approval of the six temporary beverages licenses previously listed, previously described. Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Question of approving the application for a change in DBA from JHW International Holding doing business as a little T to JHW International Holdings doing business as Royal T at 1378B Beacon Street. 1378B Beacon Corporation is a holder of a food vendor license. Then we're going
No, it's a change of name.
to, okay,
Weren't they here not that long ago, like maybe 2 weeks ago?
yeah. Is there a reason why they're back?
I thought that at the time they talked about
Changing their
considering
name.
changing their name.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
This is probably just follow-up.
this is a better name.
From little T to Royal T. I guess that's better. On favor, Mr. Franco.
Aye.
Ms. Heller.
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton.
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, next. One of our intense items on the agenda that will take up a little bit of time. No, not this one. Maybe later.
Promotions and
Promotion, well, no.
more
Conditional
police
orders,
officers.
offers of employment to the following 7 applicants for positions as police officers. Chief Lipson.
Good evening, Andrew Lipson, Chief of Police. I'm here before the board tonight to request authorization to extend conditional offers of employment to 7 applicants for positions as Brookline police officers. The conditional offers will be offered to the following. There were 12 applicants, and out of those, we have 7 which we're going to request permission to authorize conditional offers. The first conditional offer request is for Mark Hetnick. Mr. Hetnick is a 27-year-old white male who grew up and resides in Brookline. The applicant graduated from Catholic Memorial High School. Mr. Hetnick graduated from the University of Massachusetts Amherst with a bachelor's degree in business management, and he's currently employed as a sales representative for Carbon Black Cybersecurity. Matthew Kelleher is a 31-year-old white male who resides in Brookline. He's a graduate of Medfield High School and a graduate of the University of Massachusetts Amherst with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He's been employed with the Internal Revenue Service since 2008. Patah Johnson. Mr. Johnson's a 29-year-old African-American male who grew up and resides in Brookline. Mr. Johnson graduated from Brookline High School and previously took classes towards a degree in music management. He's currently employed as a paraprofessional in the Coolidge Corner School. Douglas Yu. Mr. Yu is a 25-year-old Asian male who resides and grew up in Brookline. He went to the University of Massachusetts Amherst with a bachelor's degree in public health services. He's currently employed as a paraprofessional at the Bank of America in Coolidge Corner. Shannon Goodrich. Miss Goodrich is a 22-year-old white female who grew up and resides in Brookline. She's a graduate of Brookline High School. She previously took classes towards a degree in criminal justice. She's been working at the Cheesecake Factory in Chestnut Hill since 2016. Joseph Capuccio. Mr. Capuccio is a 34-year-old white male who resides in Brookline. The applicant graduated from South Boston Harbor Academy Charter School, and Mr. Capuccio graduated from Champlain College with a bachelor's degree in communications. He's been employed as an E911 dispatcher in Brookline since 2013. And Michael Davis. Mr. Davis is a 28-year-old white male who resides in Brookline. He's a graduate of Norwood High School and a graduate of Curry College with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He's been employed at the Suffolk County Sheriff's Department since 2018. Upon a successful completion of medical testing, psychological evaluations, and a physical ability test, we will seek the Select Board's authorization to hire them as student officers. Those who successfully pass these additional steps will be enrolled in the Cambridge Northeastern University Police Academy beginning in January of 2020.
Great. I'd like to just highlight the fact that out of 7 officers, we have 2 minority candidates, 1 female, 2 from Brookline High School. It's very important, and 1 that came up from the dispatch services of the police department. So, you know, people in the pipeline, both at the high school as well as at the police department, moving up into the force. I think that's good.
Thank you.
And one currently working within our school system.
Oh, that's right, the Coolidge Corner School. So, any other questions?
Sure. I was hoping for my benefit and for the community benefit, if you could walk us through the process of, you mentioned you had 12, we're down to 7 now, and then also, assuming we make these approvals today, what happens next? If you can just talk to us about that.
Sure. So all the applicants took a civil service test. They were ranked. We were provided a list by the Human Resources Division of the state, and background investigations are conducted on the people who are called for the list. They come in and they can sign. They have a choice to come in or sign or not. Out of the 12, we had 12 people sign through the background investigation. There were 5 people who elected to defer a position in the department, which means they, through one reason or another, decided that now wasn't the time for them to move forward in the process. So to your question of what happens next, there'll be the psychological evaluation, medical testing, a physical abilities test, and then we'll request your permission to appoint them as student officers before they go to the police academy.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I move approval of approval of making conditional offers of employment to the 7 applicants for positions as police officers in our agenda. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, Police Department promotions. Question of approving the following promotions within the Police Department. Sergeant Andrew Amendola to Lieutenant. Detective Alan Gusty to Sergeant. Chief Lipson.
Yes, it's a nice occasion to be here for a promotion before you. I'm requesting authorization to promote these 2 members of the Brookline Police Department. On August 30th of 2019, Lieutenant Michael Raskin retired from the Brookline Police Department. As a result, an opening was left at the rank of lieutenant and subsequently the position of sergeant once that lieutenant's position is filled. With this opening, we conducted a thorough process to fill these 2 positions. In order to fill each of these positions, I'm recommending the following officers for promotion. Sergeant Andrew Amendola to lieutenant. Andrew Amendola joined the police department in November of 2006. Upon graduation from the police academy, Sergeant Amendola was assigned to the patrol division where he worked a variety of assignments. In March of 2015, he was assigned to the detective division, and in May of 2015, he was promoted to sergeant and returned to patrol. Also in 2015, he was a recipient of the Commendation Medal for receiving at least 5 departmental certificates of commendation. In 2017, he was assigned to the Community Service Division as a supervisor. He worked to coordinate training for the police department, Brookline Public Schools, and the community. Sergeant Amendola has attended crisis intervention training and has been a member of the department's special response team since 2012. He's a graduate of Norwood High School and has a master's degree in criminal justice and a bachelor's degree in law enforcement from UMass Boston. Detective Alan Gusty for promotion to sergeant. Al Gusty joined the department in November of 2006 as well, and upon graduating from the academy, he was assigned to the patrol division, working in a number of different divisions and different shifts, as well as volunteering for multiple specialty units. In 2015, Detective Gusty was assigned to the detective division and has been involved in a wide variety of cases as an investigator. Detective Gusty has also been a member of the Special Response Team and is a member of the Police Honor Guard. He's attended crisis intervention training, and he served previously as a walk and talk officer assigned to the Brookline Public Housing. Detective Gusty is a graduate of East Lake North High School and has a bachelor's degree in public administration from Miami University in Ohio and a master's degree in criminal justice from Curry College. Both Sergeant Amendola and Detective Gusty have done a tremendous amount of good work in the police department. They both spent times working in the community service division as walk and talk officers in our public housing developments. They've both been assigned to the detective division and both been involved in the training of officers through training situations that they have run. I find this of particular importance for new supervisors, and Sergeant Amendola has shown his worth as a supervisor and moving us to a lieutenant. These are two candidates that I believe can really lift officers around them, and I'm looking forward to the work that they'll do. So I give you them for your consideration.
Great, thank you.
Can I just add to Raul's question earlier? Promotions are governed by the civil service, state civil service system as well.
So let me just say that reading the write-ups for these officers, we see people who have been given a variety of very important assignments in the police department that have helped them to understand the Brookline community very well and the community policing model that we follow. Both have received crisis intervention training, which we believe is really an essential part of the police department, or policing here in Brookline. And they're members of the Special Response Team, which are specially trained and selected officers who are on call 24/7 for the most dangerous and highest risk situations. These are really some cream of our crop. I think I'm speaking for the entire select board in saying that these officers and the chief should be aware that we hold the police department and officers like yourselves in very high regard, and we appreciate the difficult and risky work that you engage in, and hope that you have a successful remainder of your career here in Brookline. Thank you. Okay.
I'll say thank you. I agree with the comments of the chair. I'll say thank you to you and to your families for the sacrifices you've made to this point and the continued sacrifice you'll have to make as you continue to serve as a Brookline police officer and advance up the ranks. It's a tough job, and it's a tough time to be in that job, both here in Brookline and nationally. We ask a lot of our police officers, our public safety personnel, and to this point, you've both done an exceptional job and served us in the community well. My request of you is that you continue to educate yourselves and to keep up on best practices as you have to this point. I think a good police department is an educated police department that picks and chooses best practices not only from colleagues in the Brookline community, Metro Boston, but also across the country. So keep up the good work. I'm happy that you've served us well to this point, and have every confidence that you're going to continue to be great police officers here in Brookline.
Okay.
I'll say something really quickly. I won't take much time. I agree with my colleagues on the board, and thank you for your service. I also thank you for bringing into the audience children. I assume these children are related to you in some way. But I think it is important that we educate our youngsters in terms of your role and the importance of it in the community. And also, it's a civics lesson, really, about how government works. And we hope that it's a good model for them. So thank you for bringing them, and we wish you luck in your positions.
Great. Since everyone wants to talk, any other comments?
I will cede my time.
Okay, good. So I move approval of the following promotions within the police department: Sergeant Andrew Amendola to lieutenant, Detective Alan Gusty to sergeant. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. And I understand that this promotion will be effective immediately or tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Effective October 16th.
Okay, good. Congratulations.
All right.
Now, yeah. Now, typically, the board takes pictures with the officers, so if you don't mind. Yeah.
We're going to do families first.
Families first, and we won't get in the way. It's not funny. Okay, let's move on. Well, Heather's. Oh, wait a second. Okay, moving on. Question of approving. Continued discussion with Chief of Police to review implementation of a school and community safety reporting app. Question of approving the implementation of said app, and that's it. Chief Lipson.
Good evening. Usually I like to save the best for last, but just to update the board on the use of our public safety app, a couple statistics I'll run through with you. To date, we've had 161 people approximately download the app. Between July 1st and October 8th, we've had 51 entries or tips on the public safety app. Of those 51 entries or tips, 21 were tests. Of the 30 entries or tips, they fall into the following categories. There were 2 for abandoned property, 3 animal complaints, 1 report of an erratic operator, 2 e-scooter complaints, 3 fights reported, none of which were corroborated, 1 hazardous materials report, 1 hit and run was reported, there was 1 marijuana complaint, there were 10 parking complaints, There was one report of a street person, which I think I discussed with the board early on, one threat, one report of an unattended child, and 3 youth complaints. Only 2 submitted tips contained a description of a person involved, and in both instances, there was no mention of race. In all instances, the outcomes of the tips that were found were either unfounded, referred to the appropriate agency, documented for additional follow-up by officers, which means special attention. For example, the report of youths on a roof at the tennis court at Waldstein Playground. No arrests, citations, or other department action has resulted due to the app notifications. As I've described previously before the board and has been described in various public settings around town, the app is not intended to replace calling the police department and is not intended to elicit an immediate response. This is a layer of protection that prevents many of the concerns that I have heard, and I think many of you may have heard from the community. The space for this app, as I've said previously, exists as a result of the debriefs from some of the worst tragedies our country has faced. Studies from Columbine up until recent tragedies in other parts of the country. The Secret Service reports on these types of incidents as part of these debriefs and has done reports in 2008 and 2018. Reporting of anonymous apps, that space has been provided to reach those who would not otherwise come forward with information. Some of the things about it, the app certainly is not intended to be secret. Marketing the app is really the way it would be successful, and I know we faced criticism for that early on, but there was nothing intended to be secret about it. Some of the rumors about it, the school administration was notified prior to us implementing the app, as was town council, and the community service division actually worked on it for months with a member of the community who helped create it. I do have a letter from the member of the community who helped create the app. I can read it if you'd like, but I did want to provide you with those updates of where we were with the app.
Great. Any questions from the board? You all saw the letter from the developer of the app, I take it.
So let's say that this community app had not existed and somebody wanted to file some of those complaints. Short of dialing 911, how would somebody, complain to the police department on some of the issues that you highlighted were captured via this route?
Sure. Aside from 911 calls, which most of these things I would recommend not calling 911 for, you could call the business line. We have email that could be sent. People do write us letters still, believe it or not. There's also a section on our webpage and on the town webpage for comments and feedback, and sometimes we do get tips anonymously through those web-based scenarios through IT. There's also Brook Online, which is a method of providing tips or complaints about a number of the things that were provided here. And I will say, really the things that we got are not the space that the app is intended to occupy, but we did address the concerns accordingly. It has a pretty specific niche, but that's where it is.
Well, could you follow that up and describe a little bit more about what particular niche you saw for this?
Sure. Yeah, it's really a result of came out of the studies of school-based violence. Every community that's gone through one of these tragedies has debriefed and searched for every possible answer about how they can prevent something like that from happening again. And I think I provided you last time with some of the statistics of how often there was somebody who had some indicator or knew a piece of information about what somebody intended to do before the act happened and did not act. And one of the largest reasons cited was that they did not want to get involved. Repeatedly through these studies, providing an anonymous reporting application has been recommended to prevent acts of violence or to report bullying in a way that people could not otherwise or would not feel otherwise comfortable reporting it.
But let me just follow it up. But aren't some of the other ways that people report anonymous as well?
Yes.
So that people can make a phone call and not identify themselves, or, write a letter, an anonymous letter?
Yes, we receive anonymous information on a regular basis. That's not a new niche that we are creating here by any means. Anonymous reporting is a regular part of policing and always has been and should always be. It does create a heightened level of scrutiny for us before we respond to such things, and there's the legal thresholds of veracity and integrity of the information that we receive.
So over the summer, there was concern raised that this app may be used to profile non-white individuals. I think that's a fair way to characterize the criticism, the concern that was expressed. And I know during the previous discussion we had about the app, you went over some of the means that were built into the app itself and into some of the review process to prevent or minimize the chances that would happen. Can you just review those steps again, and with a special focus towards anything that's been done in recent weeks following the previous conversation this board had with you, I think in early September?
Sure, yeah. One of the things I failed to mention, by the way, is that we did remove one of the pieces of language that objections were raised about, and that referred to gangs. That was removed from the app. As far as the layers of protection that are in place, if somebody wanted to maliciously or even through their own implicit bias initiate some type of immediate police response, there's lots of other ways to do it that would be way more efficient than this at accomplishing their ill-stated goal. This had the added protection of it does not trigger an immediate police response. So if you saw somebody walking in your neighborhood and had some type of reaction to it that was not appropriate or misguided, this would not result in an officer responding and interacting with that person immediately. That happens because the promise we make with this app is that it will be reviewed within an 8-hour period. That's done by our supervising officers in dispatch who have access to look at this, and also Deputy Grotman is overall responsible for the program. And if he gets an alert, something that's more time sensitive, can initiate a further response to it.
Any other questions? One of my concerns is that we're sort of bringing in all this software, these apps and other things, and we don't really have a policy to look at. What are the consequences of this? What is it we need to be looking at before we agree to, I guess in this case, advise people to download this app? I guess that's my concern, that we're doing these things without really having a process or a policy that would guide us to make sure that we've thought about all the problems associated with it, as well as doing an assessment of whether there may be better ways of handling the problem that we're looking to address. So, I guess my thinking is that, we're sort of premature in using an app like this. We don't really have any guidance to anything to guide us in terms of not making mistakes, not creating unintended consequences. What would be your response to that?
Well, my response to that is twofold. One, I think we acknowledge that we could have done a better job in the way we went about this app.
Sure.
We had a member of the community. We knew we wanted to have an app based on our discussions with other police departments, and we had a member of the community who came forward and I think had nothing but the best intentions, and we did take some heat for the way we went about it. We've learned from it and probably could have vetted the process better through our internal town processes. But to your point that the protections are not in place for unintended consequences, I think that they are, as far as maybe less on the technological side, but definitely on the human impact side. I think, as I've talked about, I think the protections are in place. So, but I wouldn't be opposed to a robust policy on technology.
Any other questions? Actually, one other thing. The things that this app has been used for, as you listed, are things that I think you acknowledged, are just as easily done on the phone or some other way. I mean, this app is not anonymous. I assume that no one thinks that.
Not when under 200 people have downloaded the app.
Well, yeah, and not since you have to use your phone, which has an address
Unique
that can be
identifier.
tracked down. Yeah, why wouldn't we sort of, encourage people to use other ways of anonymously sending in tips? I mean, phone call, I mean, if you don't want your phone to be traced, I think it's *67, and, your name doesn't pop up on the called person's phone. You got Crime Stoppers and other resources that have 24/7 phone calls or phone, phones, as well as internet access to report things. Why wouldn't we encourage, and as you mentioned, Brook Online and the police department.
Brook Online is not
website.
anonymous.
Okay, but I mean.
You have to put your name and your email address in
Okay.
there. I do it all the time. I mean, I like to do it. I think it's a fabulous app, but.
But, I mean,
I would
if-
just
if-
comment historically that we do encourage other ways of providing anonymous information through phone calls or soliciting information from people on a regular basis. One thing I would say about something being anonymous, there are ways that people could truly be anonymous with all the uses of technology we've talked about: phones, computers, email. If you know what you're doing, there is a way to go around it, and I won't go into detail on how you might do that, but you could. As far as putting your anonymity at risk by signing up for an app or making a phone call, part of the agreement historically through policing has been that when someone provides anonymous information, although the police may be able to determine who they are, or may even know who they are, but know that they wish to remain anonymous, is that you will not reveal who they are unless required to do so through a court proceeding or some other mechanism. So, there's lots of things across the country, going back in history and currently, that are called anonymous, but whether through some extreme use of technology and judicial proceeding, you could end up finding out who that person is. Really, the agreement is that it won't be pursued unless some type of extreme circumstance.
Actually, I'm just thinking about it. I mean, obviously, a phone call is not anonymous, even if you block it. If we were determined to get the information from Verizon or someplace, I think we probably could do it. It's obviously, a lot of trouble for this kind of thing, but it seems to me that the only thing that might really be anonymous is somebody sending a letter. Unless they have some sort of fingerprint file,
Yeah,
then
I would
really.
suggest that there are things that would keep you anonymous from local or even state level investigators.
Can I ask, last time you were here, there's a town meeting member, Scott Ananian, who was here, and he brought up some security concerns with the app, and notably, when you download it and you sort of accept whatever, the access that it provides, the Defend Dynamics, I guess, is the company behind it,
Yeah.
to one's phone and the contents of one's phone. He was very troubled by that. Have we addressed that at all?
No, and what I'll say is to that is that, we're not hiding anything about what the disclaimers are. Anybody who signs up for any app on their phone signs up under the same conditions. Many people have apps on their phone and it's under the same conditions. The difference there for us is that it's not some company that's out there and that does marketing things with us. This is a member of the community who came to us and out of goodwill elected to do this. Maybe it's not satisfactory that we say we put our faith in him, but I find his reasoning behind this to be true.
Right. Yeah, and I would say, it's not. Oh, hey, Scott's here. There we go. I didn't even know you were there. It's for me, it's not about faith. I mean, we after this meeting, we're gonna go back. We're gonna back there, and we're gonna sign a bunch of contracts, and that we don't operate on faith at all. I mean, it's not about how good the person is or who created it, if they're a good person. It's we execute contracts and we think about, or at least we're supposed to think about these kinds of things. I guess if I say a few words, I want to reposition this. I feel like right now we're in a position of saying, should we keep this thing? And I want to go back to a time where we say, do we even need it? And some of the things I'm hearing from fellow select board members seem to, I think, question that. It seems to fall into a space where its utility is, I mean, you use the word niche, which I think is the right word, and it's so limited that I'm not sure if we need it. We're also in a time where there's a lot of folks in the community. I mean, we sat down and we talked about face surveillance. We talked about this app as well. But at a time where our community is very weary of the use of technology in things like policing, for instance, but not limited to. I mean, in terms of the government using technology in various ways. And, you know, I think one of the things right now, we have 161 downloads because I think part of it is, I'm sure you haven't been eager to promote it as there's been sort of concerns raised in the community and it's a pilot. But I could see if that some of the issues that folks in the community have raised could come to pass if there was widespread adoption of this app. I just don't feel like it was really properly vetted. I do worry about some of the concerns that town meeting member Anian brought up and others, and I just don't think we need it. I think we have other ways for people to tip us off, to let us know that something's going down or they're concerned about something. I just don't know that it adds enough utility to overcome all the concerns that have been brought up over time.
I'll build off of that. So I remember the first time somebody explained to me what Snapchat was, and I really didn't understand. And I assume that that's a function of my age.
You're too old?
I'm too old. I'm like,
That's scary.
Isn't that what text messaging is for? So I can kind of see the niche that this could potentially fill. I think that since it was originally contemplated for schools and that there is a younger generation that really does go to the phones and they prefer to do things through apps, that there is potential here to fill that kind of niche. But I don't think it followed the kind of community process that we're used to, and that, you know, the fact that only less than 200 people have downloaded it. I think if we had gone through the type of process that is very painful but very effective in Brookline that we have, and we had more adoption, we would start to see the kind of potential that this could fill. But I don't think that we're there today.
But the question, I suppose, is how we get there in terms of whether we can really judge its usefulness or not. And it seems to me that if it's designed to alert the police to problems in the schools, that might be one way of limiting it so that you're not getting, you know, calls about robberies or, you know, because there's other mechanisms to deal with that. And, you know, make it clear that this is not going to be something that's used for every single problem. I myself like Brook Online, by the way. Put a plug in for that. I mean, you know, you enter something, a light bulb is out on the street, and it's fixed the next day. It's fantastic. So, you know, it's useful, and especially since you don't think about, sometimes you don't think about these things at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock at night when you're going to sleep, and you want to get it off your chest, and you want to have a way of, you know, alerting someone or somebody about something, and go to your computer and put in the information, and then you're done. I think that's the way a lot of people think about these things, and I think it has potential to be very useful. I do think that if we continue to go forward with the pilot, we ought to monitor very carefully the issues of diversity and the issues of who's using it, not who's using it, but how it's being used, because that's that, I think, would be an important ingredient in whether or not we go beyond a pilot. I would want to, I don't think we have enough data to know now, and, you know, how successful it is and how useful.
Yeah, I sort of agree with that. I mean, there's an assumption in what you've said that among policing that high school students are more likely to use an app like this to report a threatened act of violence that they are aware of than other sources, other ways to report, you know, such threats. I mean, that I've heard that, and I have seen no real data to back that up. I don't think that it's clear that, you know, this type of app is uniquely suited to the high school mind who would want to convey a threat that they're aware of to the police or to anyone else. We don't know that. That's, I think, one concern I have with this. In a certain sense, you know, I'm not really opposed to it. I'm not really supportive of it. It seems to be kind of a meaningless or useless piece of software that, you know, handles things that could be better handled other ways. I would like to suggest, I'm just throwing this out, you know, people can shoot me down if you want, but that we put the app on hold and refer to the existing military hardware and surveillance committee to actually look at, you know, look at the question of, is this really going to be a useful app for the types of purposes we're talking about using it for? And, you know, other research, and even come up with, you know, at least a preliminary policy with respect to the town generally downloading apps for various purposes. You know, when I talk to people who know something about technology, which I don't, I get fearful of how easy it is to be sort of pulled into a web that can have devastating consequences to not just your privacy, which young kids apparently aren't concerned with, but also other matters that you know, put you at risk financially as well as otherwise. So that's my proposal. What do other people think of that idea?
I would be supportive of that. In your mind, would, before, let's say, the surveillance committee figured out a way that this could be useful in some way, would that come before the board again for a vote before it's actually rolled out?
Yeah.
Yeah. In that
But
case,
let me
And the
ask a
presumption is
question.
not that it's not useful, but that we go through a process to really make sure that you know, we know what we're doing.
If this is designed to ferret out issues in the schools and dangers to our students, why is the Military and Surveillance Committee the best place to refer this? I'm not,
But if you can find another location
well,
for it.
I'm not saying that I have another location, but I'm concerned, you know, this is, I think maybe we may need to establish an independent a committee that also has a knowledge about schools and how children act and whether, you know, the usefulness among kids using this app, which is, I think, one of the uses of it. And I'm not sure that the committee would be the best place for that.
I mean, if people want, we can set up a separate committee. I sort of like not to set up, you know,
I
all these committees.
understand. I understand.
And I mentioned the Surveillance Technology and Military Equipment Committee because I think it's a balanced committee, number one. It has a lot of technical expertise, and, you know, the subject or the purpose of the committee is to evaluate surveillance-type technologies used in town, and this is one of them, or this fits into that category. I mean, I'm open to other, you know, other options, but, you know, that seems to be the easiest way of you know, addressing some of the concerns that people have.
And I think you can accomplish both goals by bringing key people from the Brookline School Department into the discussion as either guest speakers or like a liaison.
Yeah, I think that the school should be a part of the committee, if we have a committee. And I'm not saying they should be the entire part. I think the police department should be a part of it. And citizens who are technical experts as well. But I don't think we can ignore that, that. I think that it's important to have that kind of expertise look at this. And it may be that we want information from other communities. You mentioned that there are other, there are other communities, I guess across the country, who are using this type of app.
Yes, there are. There's over 55 communities in the state that use an app.
55 communities in Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, and then there are entire states in the country that use this app. It's based off studies by the United States Department of Education.
Not just to use an app.
Use apps. Yeah. And the United States Secret Service, there's a 2008 study and then a 2018 study on enhancing school safety using a threat assessment model. It's an operational guide for preventing targeted school violence. Entire states have created apps like this. It's
Any other thoughts?
So it sounds like the will of this board is going to be to put this on hold for an unspecified period of time to allow a committee to take a look at it. One concern that I raised back in September was we've now put this into the wild, into the field, and it's out there now. So to the extent that we put it on hold or pull it back, I think we just need to be very, very thoughtful about that. One of the worst possible outcomes is that we stop supporting this app, somebody makes a report, and it just goes into the Netherlands. So I don't have a solution for how to fix that problem or how to address it, but I think it's something that we need to be conscious of and come up with a plan for how we're going to prevent that bad situation from happening.
Well, I think, sometimes you don't know how people are going to behave and act until you actually do the thing, and then you figure it out, and then you make some modifications and rules. I mean, I would say that, I hate to bring up a painful subject, but I would say that NETA and the recreational marijuana dispensary may be a good example of that. But so I'm not sure that I would curtail it altogether. I think that if it's possible to limit the use for the purpose for which it was designed, and that should be clear in the app, then we would have a better way to evaluate how it's working and whether or not we're getting legitimate information, and be able to evaluate it more successfully than if we just pull the ribbon and pull the thing and don't let anybody use it anymore until we figure out something. But I don't know how we'll get the information we want, or the complete information, without knowing how it's gonna work.
Yeah. I think Mr. Franco's comments suggest that there's really no way that we can stop the app. It's out there, and it's going to be used. So maybe what we ought to ask you to do is stop marketing it, but also continue to monitor it so that if something comes up that is important, or something is posted to the app that is important, you at least know about that. So you don't get caught in a situation where someone made a report and no one was following up on it.
Can I just say that it is 100% possible for the designer of this app to shut down all the elements of it, to put up a notice that says this app is no longer in use. That is totally 100% completely possible. So, we don't, it should not be, if we decide to vote today to pause this or end it, that it is very possible. I don't know how long it would take the designer of this app to do it and how often we communicate with that person, but they can certainly do that, so that what looks like what Member Franco talked about will not be happening. and we can monitor it up until that time where everything is disabled. We certainly do.
What do people think?
I think we need to, in a thoughtful way, cease the availability of this app. And I think, as Raul, select person Fernandez articulated, we can put notices up, we can proactively say we're not checking it any longer. I would make the request that whatever notice we put up go one step further and point individuals to other resources. I think we need to make a decision. Are we going to allow this app to continue, or are we going to stop it from being used for the foreseeable future? We can't sort of try and split the baby here. It's got to be adoption or stop it, one way or the other.
So I think two motions, maybe one about what we're doing immediately about the app, and then two, what process we're going to follow, whether that is referring it to a committee that's already established or creating a new committee.
Okay, would you like to propose those motions?
Yes, I would. I guess the first motion I would request is to give direction to the police department to disable the app with all of the conditions that have been mentioned, that it's no longer being checked, and other ways that the person can contact the department. And then the second motion would be, I actually think it is highly appropriate to give it to the surveillance committee that's already been established, as long as they use the resources of the Brookline schools to bring in expertise.
So I make the first motion and we'll vote on that, and then the second motion.
Okay. The first motion is to give direction to the police department to disable the app via the developer with conditions.
Okay, any discussion? Or?
Well, I would like to, I would support a motion to give the police department the right to disable the app as far as general policing goes, but I would like to see it in use for the schools. I do think, as the grandmother of teenagers, I know that they're often reticent about talking about what they hear in school or what they, about whether somebody's, I knew of a situation several years ago where a child knew that somebody had brought a gun to school and, and was very reluctant to talk about it. But if they had that opportunity to talk about, to let someone know anonymously, in essence, I think that's a valuable thing. And so I would hate to cut that off at the knees. And if what Select Person Fernandez says is correct, you're able to, put up notices in the app that say this is for school complaints only, or school issues only.
Okay, is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, it's a friendly amendment.
We can vote on that first.
Okay. Okay, so articulate your amendment for the,
Okay, so I would authorize the police department to disable the app as far as general police complaints are concerned, but foster it for school-based use.
okay. So that's an amendment to Ms. Hamilton's
Correct.
Motion, and it will become Ms.
main.
Hamilton's motion, the main motion, if it's voted up by the Select Board. All in favor of Ms. Heller's amendment?
Can I just say, if there's any point for discussion on this, just
Sure.
a quick word to say, that still does not address any of the other concerns that have been brought up around security, access to personal info, any of that, which would be ferreted out in this surveillance committee. So I would not.
Well, I don't
be in
have a
favor of this
problem with
amendment.
ferreting that out in the surveillance committee, but I do think that,
I was-
that could take a year.
Let's get back to the vote.
Okay. Mr. Franco?
No.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
No.
Ms. Fernandez?
No.
And Chair doesn't have to vote, but I'll vote no. Okay, now back to Ms. Hamilton's main motion to direct the police department to cease operation of the app and work with the developer to put, I don't know what the notice is, but notice on the app that it's no longer operational. All in favor of that motion, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
No.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, so you have another motion?
The second motion is to refer all of this to the pre-existing surveillance committee to be reviewed and hopefully brought back.
Again, I would make an amendment that suggests that we ask those with expertise in school issues, school violence issues, and also police with expertise in policing these things to be appointed ad hoc to the committee or some way of including their view.
So I assume
Not
that's
just not just testifying before the committee, but actually part of the deliberation.
I assume, Ms. Hamilton, that that's a friendly, acceptable amendment?
Yes, and I believe the police are represented on
The
that
police are
committee.
representative, not the schools, so. But we can, address that easily.
Just as a matter of clarification, when you say bring back, you mean back to this board before further action is taken?
Correct.
I just want to have a clear trail about what next steps are and what's going to happen. That's all.
And actually, I think we also need someone to put together, not a charge, but some direction to the committee with respect to this. Anyone, Mr. Franco's conversing and that type of stuff, or Mr. Fernandez is too.
I'll defer to my senior colleague.
I mean, someone has to put together some direction to the committee so it's clear what it is we're asking them.
I was going to say it was Heather's motion, so it's her
Well, yeah, okay. Ms. Hamilton?
Surprise.
Okay.
I would be happy to do that.
Okay, good. And work with me in terms of, the city details. Okay, good. Okay, we got that down? Okay, let's vote. All in favor of Ms. Hamilton's motion referring this to the Surveillance, Technologies and Military Equipment Committee? All in favor, vote aye.
Well, wait,
With the amendment?
with the amendment that
Right.
you would expand the
Yeah.
committee to include some school expertise.
Right,
The Heller amendment.
with the Heller Amendment.
Wait, include the schools for this topic or for this topic?
Okay, all in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Mrs. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Got it? Thank
I think
you,
so,
Chief.
thank you.
Thank you.
Don't go too far.
Oh.
Okay, we have two items next. They're separate items, but they're sort of connected together. First, citizen complaint process review. And here, we are accepting the civilian complaint process review report with the addendum prepared by Ms. Nabel. The review report was prepared by Bobby Nabel and Kelly Race. We discussed it, I think, June 4th, quite a while ago. And, what we're doing now is just accepting the report to the select board. Next, we'll talk about the recommendations from the report to amend the civilian police complaint policy. Any questions regarding that limited vote? Okay, I move accepting the civilian complaint process review report prepared by Bobby Nabel and Kelly Race, along with the addendum. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
No.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay. Police complaint policies. This is a public hearing. So the police complaint policy, as it originally, or as it was in the form, let's see, dated, I think, June 2017, has been on the town's website, along with the report that Ms. Nabel and Ms. Race prepared, along with the addendum, and a separate document comprised of recommendations taken out of their report, Ms. Nabel and Ms. Kelly's report, for changes to the civilian police, to the police complaint policy. Any discussion from the board? No?
I'm
Okay.
trying to get my thoughts together.
Right. Thought we might get a presentation first.
Well, Ms. Nabel, I understand you're not ready to do it, or do you want to make a presentation, or of the recommendations? I'm not putting you on the spot. Mr. Fernandez asked for a presentation.
I thought there might be one. It was a.
No, okay.
That's okay.
As soon as I finish talking to the board about comments. Okay. Hearing no comments from the board? Remember, we're talking about the recommendations section out of the report that will be incorporated into the policy, assuming we approve those recommendations. And then the board next week, or maybe a week after that, will take up the policy again and vote approval of the policy. So we'll take information from our discussion, from comments from the audience, digest those, and put them into the final policy, and then vote on them, on the policy.
Yeah. Here's one thing I'm glad to hear that's going to be the process. My hope would be before we actually vote on the new policy, if we could have a marked up version. So I was trying to reconcile all the recommendations that were made, and then look back at the old policy and trying to fit everything in. Sort of like when a bylaw is updated, things are stricken out, things are added in bold. That would be much more helpful to me to make sure, as I read through the policy with the additions and changes to vote on for next week. But knowing that's good.
Well, no, I think we can do that. And matter of fact, what I would suggest is that we, after our discussion, we prepare a marked up version of the report incorporating any comments from the audience, and post that online. People can give any comments to that. And then maybe two meetings from now, we actually vote on it. And I think that's a process that's not perfect, but at least gives people an opportunity to review, the recommendations, digest them, and, be prepared to vote.
I did have one question, and it was, this is not a searchable document, so it may take me a minute to find exactly where it was. But it was related to, another thing I wanted to mention too. It was related to Class A complaints, and Class A being the most serious of complaints. I mean, potentially literally illegal behavior, and that one of the remedies listed there could be mediation, which I thought is not necessarily appropriate for, let's say, there were any forms of discrimination there, literally illegal activity, I think up until a felony. And so it didn't seem like mediation is an appropriate way to handle those kinds of complaints. That was I'm in letter R of I don't know which number at this point.
Okay, I think you're in the old policy. The review recommendations would eliminate those classifications of.
I did see that they would be eliminated altogether, but it would still list out different violations.
Yeah, there's phrases in there that I think need a little more defining.
Maybe if I saw the marked up version, it would clarify some of those things.
Okay.
The other very brief point I'd like to make is that there are a number of points in which the pronouns he/she are used, and that there are people who use other pronouns, and that I think that they is a suitable replacement for any place where we see he/she, particularly as we think about complainants that may not use those pronouns at all. And so I'd like to see those updated.
Okay. Are you willing to find those?
I can't on this document because it's not searchable, but a simple search and replace would be able to find it.
Control F.
Yeah.
So it wasn't entirely clear to me how we're publicizing the complaint procedures, because if I were new to town, I'm not sure I would even really know that I had the ability to do that and then where I would go. And maybe I'm conflating one of the warrant articles that we'll hear tonight, but I would be very interested in hearing about what the role of the Diversity Commission plays in all of this. Can they help publicize? Do they participate in the investigation process? Has that been contemplated since it's been brought up in a warrant article? So any clarification on
Yeah.
that?
I mean, this is, I mean, the Diversity Commission has a broader mandate than just this. This is
Yep.
related to complaints against police officers and employees. So, I mean, you know, you really have to separate those two things.
Just interested to hear, you know, the thoughts of the two people that helped write the report, if they had thought about that at all.
Any other questions before I go to the audience? Okay, this is a public hearing. Would anyone like to give their views to the select board? Are you raising your hand, Seifert?
Do you want to speak towards you or towards the?
Speak in the mic.
Okay. You know, I think that if there's going to be a citizen, there's going to be a complaint review board. It has to be something with teeth. It can't be the police policing themselves. And this is not about anyone in particular. It's not a personal thing towards anyone. I know we're all human beings here. But as someone who has come to meetings here for many years and who has friends whose health has been destroyed by racism in the town, who have faced unconscionable harassment by police, threats by police, just the kind of stuff that happens over and over again that I have personally witnessed. I've seen, I saw something that I thought the police were doing a good job because they were kind to the person involved who was black, but suddenly after it happened, there were no witnesses. And I was there as a witness, and there were two other women who were witnesses who spoke to the police officer. Now, I'm not permitted to, I can't say the specific instance because the person asked me not to. But this stuff happens over and over and over and over again. And I don't see the town actually addressing it. It's not enough to care if we don't take action. And I want to commend Raul because he actually took action when it came to not appealing what happened to Gerald Alston. It's not enough to care. None of us who are women would be okay with, I support women's rights, but when it comes to laws, I don't support them. So we have to do something. There have to be teeth involved. It's not enough to be up here and showing a lot of emotion and saying how much we care, but not actually doing anything. So there has to be a mechanism here where the select board, where complaints are reviewed, where I wouldn't call it the Diversity Commission. What is it for? I mean, we're dealing with racism here. We're dealing with discrimination that people are facing, that friends of mine face. I've seen a police came into my building while a man was sitting and watching television and asked to see his identification. I know people who have been escorted out of the town because they dared to drive through. Okay, this stuff is happening all the time in the town, and I want to see action. I want the select board to do their job and to stand up. It's not about pretty words, it's about taking action. It's about coming up with, there has to be a commission that has teeth in it, and there has to be oversight of the police department. Nobody can police themselves. That simply doesn't work. And until there's action, and when there are discrimination complaints, I know people who are afraid. They will not go. This person did not want me to go to the police and say what I saw because she is afraid of the consequences. So until that's dealt with, I want to see action. And if this board can't take action, then we need another board that's actually going to, we came here, I've been here with hundreds of people coming, speaking, and nothing gets done. And it's frustrating to me to be up here when the police, for example, were, when we were voting, when we were trying to stop the police from being fired, and as we spoke at the podium, people silently, the board silently voted to fire them. Are you accountable to us? That's what I want to see. I want to see accountability. I want action. Everyone makes mistakes. We all have this problem. We grew up in this society that's very racist. Let's just take responsibility and move forward. But until that's done, it's got to have teeth in it. There's got to be accountability. Otherwise, it's meaningless. And I don't want to be up here again in another month. When I called the police department and I said they should do something about this issue, I was asked if I came here, and I was told, well, you've had your chance to speak. And when I said that they needed to address the discrimination, they act as if I had walked into their living room off the street telling them how to, raise their kids or something. I mean, they're accountable to the people, and I also am concerned that, I want safety also. I want safety for the schools and hate crimes and all of that stuff, but I'm very reluctant when I see the militarization of our society. It scares me. And so we need a police department that is accountable to the people in the town. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything. And so that's what I'm asking for. And I haven't seen, unfortunately, with the exception of Raul's vote, I haven't seen the kind of accountability at all. I haven't seen it in all the time I've come to these meetings. And that's what I want to see. Not caring without action. I want to see action. I want to see teeth in it. Not to be mean, but to hold people accountable so we can move forward in this society. And I'm just going to say this. I'm speaking as a Jew. Yom Kippur just passed. We're living in a country right now that is going fascist, okay? And it will come for all of us. It will come for all of us if we don't take a stand. And it's not okay. What goes on in this town is not okay. It's part of a larger pattern that's happening in our country. And it's time to do right. Not feel right, but do right. Let's take action. Let's be accountable. It may not make you popular on the board, but follow your conscience and do what's right and stand up to discrimination no matter who it is. Now's the time, not later. Right now, while there's still time, let's do right. It's not about the town's reputation. It's not about property values. It's about doing the right thing. And as someone who personally has faced tremendous discrimination and abuse as a woman, I know what it's like personally, the devastating consequences of it. And I don't want to see anyone else facing it. And in the long run, it will be better for all of us. So this can be a decent and just town. Not a town that has a big celebration on Martin Luther King Day and practices discrimination, but a town that really does what's right, as painful as that can be. Thank you.
So this hearing is related to the policy on police complaints, and it entails complaints made through the police department up through the select board. I'd appreciate if you had any comments with respect to the policy, how that could be improved to address some of your concerns, that you provide those to us. Anyway, Ms. Ames.
Good evening. Thank you
Please
very
identify
much.
yourself completely.
Mariela Ames, resident of Brookline,
And a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the town.
against most of you.
And a plaintiff in a lawsuit against the town.
Yes. Would you like me to specify who? I didn't
You
think
do
that
what you
was
want.
the point of my being here, but I will do so if you choose to do that.
This is a hearing on the
Right.
civilian complaint policy.
Which is the way you introduced it, but you went ahead to say, I am also a plaintiff. And it is the Brookline Justice League representing Gerald Alston and other people who have been mistreated, discriminated, and retaliated by your administration. So I was starting to say that I really appreciate the message that Ms. Freewoman brought to your attention, and it's not the first time. I have been there along when hundreds of people were here bringing out the experiences that they had with the police. And I get the frustration. I am someone who also experiences that lack of action and the need of that change. Specifically to the citizen complaint process, I have two points, many more, but these two I'd like to ask you. And that is, what is changing from the previous original policy or previous policy to the new one in terms of your oversight, your direct oversight, not the assigning a hearing officer, not getting reports, but you're hearing complainants.
Well, it depends.
Is there a change in that?
There have been some changes recommended by the two persons who prepared the report, and those will be incorporated if the board
that's not
accepts
our-
them. And there'll be other changes if we hear that from the community in this hearing.
Okay, that is not answering my question. So, at what point in the new complaint process do witnesses are heard, witnesses, complainant are heard by you?
I'm not sure I want to get into a detailed interrogation of the policy like that.
But that's
And
the whole point of this process.
If you have comments, recommendations, suggestions, complaints regarding the policy, that's what this hearing is intended to do.
But this is a part of the complaint process.
We want to know how you're going to implement it. That's what she's trying to say. How are you going to utilize it? That's what we need to know.
Well, we're gonna-
One of the shortcomings of this civilian complaint process is, one is that the police investigate themselves and they find for themselves. And most of the time, there's no fault to the police. It was inconclusive, it was, there's never, they are responsible, or so rarely. So people do not trust on that. And also, people, when I say people, I mean complainants and witnesses, are not heard but by the police, but only by the police. And that doesn't solve anything. That doesn't move forward. There is no, who is the third party that hears this case where there is a complaint?
There's a process for those complaints to reach the select board and for us to review them.
Right, and the
That was in the
history
original
of,
policy as well as in the revised policy.
and the history, you were in the original group that worked on this citizen.
Excuse me, please don't make this personal. Just talk to the board.
But this is a fact. You were in the original complaint review committee, and that was an issue, to have civilian oversight. So this question is very, very fair. At what point does the complainant, is the complainant heard by the civilian oversight, which is, I see it as your role as selectmen. And I get that there's an appeal, in theory, but you know, you've been, and this is where I bring you as a history, that there have been so few appeals. Unless you can tell me that, you know, you've been on the board for a few years, and Mel Kleckner here has been here for many more years, and I'm sure he has a history of, yes, we've heard 10 or 10 per year or 5 per year, or ever since we implemented this new civilian complaint process, appeals have increased. And so what is the answer to that?
There's a procedure in the policy for a complainant to file an appeal with the select board. And then there's a process for the select board to take up that appeal.
I understand that.
According to the report that was prepared, I don't think there are any times when complainants filed such an appeal within the period of time that they were reviewing it.
Doesn't that tell you that there is something not working there?
It may tell me that the process is working very well.
Or does it? Exactly. If the purpose is to dissuade people from filing complaints, then yes, you have a success story. It's working. But I can... Sure.
No, please.
It is appealing the determination made by the chief in this case on a citizen complaint. A finding of, let's say, not responsible or didn't do anything wrong.
Okay, I just didn't understand the concept. Okay, thank you.
And I will just add, none of the questions that I'm posing are being answered, aside from telling me that there's a process and a procedure. I also will add that the addendum that I was hoping would have answers to the questions brought up way back in June, not just by me, but also by fellow Selectman Fernandez, were not really answered in the addendum. Nothing changed aside from saying, okay, go back to 2014. It said that we couldn't compare to other cities, and that's that.
And that was the question that was asked.
I'm sorry?
And that was the question that was asked.
Oh, there were many others. Among those, the ones that I'm asking back today. And once again, they're not being answered.
Okay.
Not only that, but I give you my take of the citizen complaint procedure, that it is really frustrating, not satisfactory at all.
Okay, can you give me some specific examples of what you find unsatisfactory?
The fact that complainants are bringing the case to the police. The police is, I don't believe that is necessarily following its own procedure, recording. There are instances where people will say, not people, I'm sorry, the police will say that they have mediated the case, but there's no, it's not accurate. And you don't get to know that because this complainant is not appealing to you, even though his case clearly is not going anywhere. So the person sees that, what's the point? And it seems to me that that is what you would want. And I don't find that responsible or transparent, really, to those who seek redress and accountability for the actions of wrong actions by the police. You are ultimately the civilian oversight. We wanted a civilian review board, and as a town, you decided that that was not a good idea for this, that, or the other. And so you ended up being, again, the Civilian Review Board. But that's not taking place. Your oversight is not really taking place.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from the audience? Marty,
Yes, thank you.
I didn't notice you over there, but I should have known that you'd be here.
Well, trying to get more hidden in public view, but I can't quite get there. I'm Marty Rosenthal. I'm a Precinct 9 town meeting member. Also a former select board member, selectman at the time, but now select board member. And at the time, a former police commissioner as well. So I sent you something lengthy. I didn't realize until over the weekend that this would be on the agenda again. And I'm not going to repeat everything I wrote, which you got at great length. I do have one copy for your record, which I'll step forward.
Is this what starts out, I am a Taurus?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
That's to suggest I'm not going to harp again on the public hearing process, although that is something I will mention here. And I'm not going to ask that this be delayed any further, which I've done before, and you acceded to my request, and maybe others as well. But I'm going to tick off some specific things that were in my email. I'm going to save the most complicated for last. And the public hearing process is part of the first issue that I'm raising. I think that could be improved in the draft that's before you. And the ideas for improving it I'm not going to go into, but I think that this has demonstrated some of the deficiencies that we have in public hearings all through Brookline government in terms of, in this particular case, I think more reaching out has to be done. And that was what we wrote in the 1987 report, which was the actual origin of these procedures. And we talked at length about the need for public input on police issues. So I found, I'm in agreement with Selectman Fernandez asking for a red line version. It would have made it easier for all of us, I'm sure for you folks. Secondly, this gets to the previous discussion by Ms. Ames. I don't see anything in the report on the number of appeals and the number of hearings. And I think that should be part of the mandate, that be added into the shall part of the periodic assessments. Periodic assessments, I think, were added 2017.
Can I interrupt just a second, Marty? There is a proposed revision to the periodic assessments section. Have you seen that?
I saw the addendum yesterday. Is that what you're talking about?
In the separate document of recommendations from the report, at the end, we added a proposed revision also to the periodic assessment paragraph. And that addresses, I think, some of the concerns you've raised.
I don't think I've seen that.
Okay. Well, go ahead.
I saw the original report from June, and I saw the addendum this weekend, but this is something separate?
Yes.
Okay.
We posted both the report, the addendum, and we took out of the report the recommendations as a separate document, just to make it easier for us to...
Well, in any event, my main point is, I think on particularly police issues, there should be more reaching out, more affirmative reaching out than just putting it on your agenda. And secondly, I think that, as I've been discussing for a couple of years with Mr. Kleppner, there should be links on the agenda to important documents, and if there's a public hearing about a document, that should be made available for the public to see what you're talking about. So let me move on to a couple of other specific things, and then I'll get to the bigger question. I also am against the change in the title, because I think the old title emphasizes that there is review by the select board. And I think that would be a mistake to take that out if nothing else, for public notice and optics, etc. And so that gets me to the main concern, which relates to the Class A, B, C business. And I must admit I was quite perplexed looking over the weekend to see what had changed since the 2009 committee, which I was on and selecting Chairperson Green was on, and that kept the designations but made a step backwards in my mind. As a member of that committee, I dissented from that on the hearing process. And I'm still pretty perplexed as to the status of the formal hearings that were in the 2009 report. They appear to be on the website from 2017. And by the way, the answer to the question, Ms. Hamilton's question, is that the police website on the home page has a section right prominently, and maybe it should be separated a spec. It says comments, commendations, and complaints. If you click on that, you come up with various things, including the complaint procedure as of 2017, which still has formal disciplinary hearings after the informal hearing. So the process got on one hand improved, and on the other hand, in my mind, harmed in 2009. They added the informal hearing, that committee did, and that was a good thing for everybody. In theory, a mandatory informal hearing for everybody. But what was taken out in 2009 over my objection was a formal hearing if one select board member wants to have a formal hearing on a Class A complaint. So when this hard-working committee, Bobby and Kelly and the chief, say there's no utility in keeping these class designations, I had no idea what they were talking about. I didn't know that was taken out. And I still don't think it's taken out, that those formal hearings are taken out, but their draft suggests that it was taken out. The beauty of the formal hearing is it has subpoena power, the right to a lawyer, and there were carefully thought out procedures. And I just don't know what happened to them. Now, having said that, what we did in 1987, Jeffrey Allen and I and the board agreed, was we didn't have the informal hearing, and that's a good addition, but we said one select board member on Class A could grant a public hearing, and two for Class B and C is policy issues. And the town administrator reviews the class designation to see if that should be changed. So there were reasons to have it. The reasons might be gone, but I don't know why and how or for what reason. So that's my biggest concern. Now, having said all that, the big picture is, since 1987, hearing from a lot of people, 2009, hearing from a lot of people, I have felt and still do that Brookline should not have a separate new civilian review board. We thought in 1987 that the selectmen should play that role, and I still feel that way. However, the selectmen have to take it seriously. So these changes and the lack of a formal hearing, I don't know when that got done, who had input. I didn't know about it. And I'd like at some point to have someone get me an answer on that.
Can't give it now, but that's a good point. And let me see what I can find out and talk to you, because I think these are important issues that we need to sort of figure out.
If I'm correct, and the website, the police website has a 2017 disciplinary procedure that still has it, then I'm not sure that this report
okay, that's 2017, which the current report is recommending be taken out, right?
Well, I'm not sure what it's recommending, because what I'm looking at from the current report that's before you seems to have no knowledge of the formal hearing option. And the language I'm talking about from what I think is I thought till yesterday was the existing process under action by the Board of Selectmen, the last option, but this is from the 2009 committee where I dissented on this Class A, B, C difference. So it's a majority of the board as the option after the informal hearing to docket and convene a two-phase disciplinary hearing as described in section Roman numeral 3, 9E2, which comes later, and otherwise below. That's the formal process with subpoena power and attorneys and all kinds of due process that we put in 1987. This report that's before you now seems to omit that. In any event, if that is still the procedure, and I'm correct that it's somehow been bypassed here, then I would like that to be kept, and I would like to go back to the Class A, Class B option distinction. And that was the subject of a resolution of town meeting to keep that, and that wasn't done by the select board at that time, and I still think it was worth doing. Now, just getting back to the real big global issue, the role of the select board as police commission is, in my mind, is one of the most complex and most important in the community. And I do think that everything should be done to make these procedures not just as fair as possible, but perceived as fair as possible. And for that reason, I make those comments. I think we have, and I get lambasted for this often, I think we have an excellent police department, and I think that this form of civilian review is as good as you're going to find anywhere. Independent civilian review boards have a dismal track record across the country. And this board has subpoena power and has the power to really take action if it sees fit. So I'm eager to see if I'm wrong on this formal hearing process.
Thank you. Looks like we're going to have to be in touch with you regarding, the details of your comments, because I think, we may want to incorporate some of them into the report, or into the policy. Any further comments from the audience?
Well, let me just say, in light of Mr. Rosenthal's comments, now I'm going to echo what Selectperson Fernandez said earlier, that a red line version would be incredibly helpful, because
yeah,
I just want to see what was in 2017 and what's happening today, and try and figure out the thread that connects the two.
okay.
I did want to say one other thing. I'm just looking at this right now. There it goes. Two things. One of the reasons that I voted no on the report was I don't feel like all the issues that I brought up were actually addressed. There was an addendum that spoke to one of the issues, but there were many others. The idea that no complainants were interviewed as part of the report still strikes me as, I can't believe we have a report about our process and didn't interview anybody who engaged in the process. But also, really, that the idea that the report was characterized as effective and in compliance with policy. But even within the report, it does say, in our review, we found that not all complainants making appeals to the select board were granted the right to be heard by the select board or were granted the opportunity in a timely manner. This right was a key element of the 2009 policy. It is critical to the checks and balances on the police department and in the complaint process. So in this way, we may have the right words written down on paper in terms of the policy, but if we don't follow it, it renders it meaningless. And so that is something that I did not want to just simply vote yes on this report and we say, okay, we've been doing a good job, let's keep it moving. But instead to actually stop and say, no, I mean, the report itself says we haven't been doing a good job on this. The final characterization of it notwithstanding. The last thing I'd say is, I would be very interested in having a conversation with the board about an independent IAO. That is an internal affairs officer that does not report to the police department, but rather reports to the select board separately.
The IAO does report to the select board and the police chief.
I'm aware of the current situation, but I would not have that be someone that is an employee of the police department. I would have that someone completely independent of the police department.
Okay, any other comments? Questions from the audience? Okay, like I said, that,
I would like to know.
no, come up to the,
I just, forgive me for getting so emotional, but I would just like to know what the select board is going to actually do to make sure that there is a process that really works, that we're not just coming here and speaking over and over and over again. I'd like to see what he said. If there aren't interviews being taken, it doesn't feel like anything is really happening here. It doesn't feel like there's any kind of process. I want to know that if I face discrimination, if my friend faces discrimination, that it's dealt with and that there's consequences, because when there are, it will stop happening. And when there aren't, it will continue indefinitely. So I'm not hearing anything. I'm just hearing generalities, kind of, sort of. And I want to, hey, you're here. This is your job. Do your job. Come up with a serious process that allows someone to feel that they are actually going to be heard and that their case is made, and that, but when there's no appeals and there's no interview process and the police are policing themselves, that just doesn't make any sense. This is an inspiring confidence. I'm saying, like he said, do your jobs. I'm not trying to put anybody down. I'm not trying to put anyone on the spot in a personal sense. We've all messed up in our lives, but let's make this a process that is effective. And I'm not hearing that. I would love to hear that. I would love to see a change in how people here act so I can feel like I can vote for you next time. But I'm not seeing that. I'm not hearing anything like that from you. And that is very frustrating to me because of people I know who have been deeply hurt in this town. I just want to see the problem addressed. It's not about blaming, shaming, anything. It's just about rectifying the problem. That's it. And I'm not seeing that, and that's what I want to see. Thank you.
thank you. So, as I said, we will review the comments and make revisions to the policy as appropriate. And it looks like it'll be a couple meetings before we come up with that red line copy and take that up by the board again. But, that's a process, and we've taken into consideration the comments from the audience. So, moving along. No. Next is grant of locations. Question of approving the petition of NSTAR Electric Company doing business as Eversource Energy for permission to construct and a location for line of conduits and manholes on Harvard Street. Oh, yeah. If you have any other comments, you can email us. Please email it. Please email it. So, grant locations, this is a 7 o'clock hearing. It's now 8 o'clock. We apologize for the lateness of this hearing. So, please introduce yourself. And
I'm Katie Flaherty, and I'm representing Eversource Energy tonight for this job, which is on Harvard Street. And what Eversource would like to do is easterly from existing manhole 12806, install 17 feet of conduit to supply electric service to a new early education preschool that's located at 127 to 131 Harvard Street.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
No, I will note, I believe that the National Grid has examined the area and says that there are no leaks at this time. So that means that, in my view, it's more likely, to approve this kind of thing, because at least we know that you'll be tearing up the street, but we don't have to replace or fix a gas leak in that area, as I understand it.
Is that correct?
If National Grid said that, that's correct. If Eversource was out and digging and detected gas, they would call National Grid and they would respond right away.
Okay, as I understand, we have that document in here, so.
We do.
Yep. Anything else? Any other questions from the
Public hearing?
Let me get the. Okay, this is a public hearing. Here, no more questions from the board. Anyone from the audience would like to speak to this grant of locations item? No one? Okay.
Could I ask one question?
Yes.
You said this is for new service?
Yes,
Is this for new service to someone in Brookline?
yes.
Okay.
It's going to be a new early education preschool.
Okay.
Remember that one, don't you? Okay. Any questions from the audience? Comment from the audience? Okay, seeing none, I move approval of the petition of NSTAR Electric Company, doing business as Eversource, for permission to construct any location for lines of conduit and manholes with necessary cables therein under the following public way: Harvard Street, southerly and easterly from existing manhole number 12806 on the east side of the intersection with Auburn Street, a distance of about 17 feet. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, grant of location, also a public hearing for Verizon New England. Question of approving the petition of Verizon New England for permission to construct any location for such a line of conduits and manholes with necessary cables therein under the following public ways. Is Mr. Ditto doing this?
What?
Is Mr. Ditto doing
Yep.
it?
No, Verizon has a
Oh,
representative.
okay.
He's here.
White Place conduit northerly from existing conduit in White Place, approximately 22 feet southeast of Washington Street, a distance of about 17 feet to 190 Washington Street. And I assume that you're from Verizon.
Correct.
Please introduce yourself and.
Sure. My name is Ross Billadu, representing Verizon New England this evening. Verizon is looking to place one 4-inch conduit, approximately 17 feet from some existing conduit they intend to tie into on White Place to run to new services to number 190 Washington Street.
Are you just going into the manhole and putting the conduit in through the tunnel there, right?
They're actually tying into an existing conduit that's running down White Place, so it won't be coming out of a manhole. It'll be a shorter distance. I believe the manhole is out in Washington Street, which would...
So there's in essence no excavation on the street, is that what you're saying?
No, there would be excavation to tie into an existing duct and then bring it over to the property. I understand the duct is on one side of the road, the opposite side of the road of the address.
And according to the paperwork we have, there are no gas leaks in that.
Say that again?
According to the paperwork we have, there are apparently no gas leaks in that piece of, that length of White Place and Washington.
So I have a logistical question. According to the paperwork we have, the entrance to White Place from Washington Street is going to be closed. But the paperwork says access will be available from Davis Street. So does that practically mean we're going to reverse the flow of traffic? White Place is a one-way street.
I understand.
Running, so Is that how it's going to work out practically? Help me figure out.
Not sure about the traffic patterns in this location. I don't know any information about that.
Maybe Peter
Maybe-
Ditto could
yeah.
help us.
Mr. Ditto? Your expertise and knowledge is needed. The question is, how are we going to re-channel traffic from White Street through Davis?
That's a good question. Well, the good part.
Mr. Franco's, it was Mr. Franco's question, I don't take credit for it.
I mean, the good side is it's only 17 feet of trench work that they're doing in the street. And also, that's very close to Washington Street. So I think we're going to wind up getting a detail, obviously. And we're probably going to have to break the street down into half, do half at once, and then come back and do the other side.
So, does that mean that traffic will be able to go through that intersection during the work?
It doesn't get a whole lot of traffic, so I think, a detail could handle that pretty easily.
And the detail would do what?
Probably just say, tell the backhoe operator to stop, let the car through,
okay.
and continue.
Is it possible to do a local traffic only?
Sure, yep. Yeah, I don't think it would take, I can't imagine this job taking more than 4 or 5 days. So that, it wouldn't be too much of an,
Says here
trouble.
1 day.
Right.
Is that right?
I don't believe it.
Okay.
And now, am I mistaken? I mean, White Place is right next to Netta,
Correct.
right? So that intersection has been very busy, as I'm sure most of the people in the audience would attest.
Yeah,
Well, not the intersection, I mean, the parking lot's been busy.
Well, so Washington Street is always very busy,
Yeah.
even before Netta, so,
It backs up past White Place because of that light.
yes.
So any disruption, especially 5 days, will be felt.
There was disruption coming out of White Place into Washington, so.
No, White Place runs the opposite direction.
Oh.
The way to access White Place
Sorry.
is from Washington, so if there's queuing on Washington, it's going to be disruptive.
Like I'm hearing different things. A representative from Verizon says that the work will be 1 day and the road will be closed. Peter, I hear you saying, no way that's possible, and the road can be open.
yeah, maybe 5 days.
I'm just laying it out for the folks here.
5 days may be a little strong, so we'll compromise it 2, maybe,
To how many?
2
2.
days,
And, I mean, is that a full workday?
yes.
So you guys typically do what, 7 in the morning until about 3 in the afternoon?
Normal business hours.
Yeah, the petition does say 1 to 3 days. The application.
So I make this comment, not being a construction person, not being a transportation person, but I am concerned about the prospect of having queuing on Washington Street and how disruptive that's going to be, not only for the flow of traffic, but also just for Brookline Village generally. And I don't have an answer, given the difficulties of this area and the fact that White Place is a one-way street, but I'm just uneasy about that solution to this problem.
If they work on the weekend, would you be okay with that? That would give us 2 days, relatively low traffic.
I would like to hear from the public as to what they think, if that's a happy compromise.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, let's open up to the public. Any comments from the public specifically, but not necessarily exclusively, to the issue of how we're going to manage traffic from Washington to White Place, and whether weekend work would be preferable to weekday work?
Please come to the mic.
Yes, please come.
I wish I did have an answer. I don't. I don't know enough about it, and I'm not sure if anyone in the room does. We've just spent the last couple of hours downstairs hearing about White Place, and I think you guys who are worried about infringing on them in this way, if there's any alternative, you had better find it. They are not happy people over there.
Well, I assume they want this work done. So,
Well, and one of the methods that we've employed in the past is to have, in advance of the project, have signboards letting people know what routes are acceptable and what is not. So if we want to limit the traffic on White Place for a small period of time, and there's lots of people wanting to try to park there, basically, if you have a sign in the area ahead of heading off before the actual date of the work, letting people know that they're not going to be able to cut down White Place, and maybe they're going to go a different way if they don't want to wait at the corner of Washington and Boylston for the light. That would, I think, alleviate some of the problem. I'm not saying it would alleviate it all.
Ms. Park,
Hi. One thought
please
is...
identify yourself.
Yes, my name is Susan Park. I live in Precinct 2 in Coolidge Corner. And I have seen other towns, they would do some work in the evening. So while people are sleeping, I mean, it would make some noise, but you know, you gotta give and take. So if there's some noise at night, but there's less traffic problems, that's an idea.
So, Mr. Ditto, you suggested weekend work. Is there, are you talking about weekend during the day or weekend during the night?
No, weekend during the day.
And you think that 2 days of weekend work would be sufficient, and during that period of time, you'll be able to control entry into our access to White Place from Washington?
Yes, limited access.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's basically all we can expect. Does the board want to require them to do this on the weekend? I mean, we don't know anything about, you know, traffic patterns or anything more than anyone else, but if Mr. Ditto thinks it's a good idea.
I like to think I know a little something about traffic patterns.
Okay, well then you tell us.
I would really feel much better if we were hearing from somebody directly affected. I mean, we've tried night work in the past, and we all then get phone calls. Is there any way that we could put this off till we hear?
So how would you hear? I mean, this is a public hearing.
Right.
It was
So
noticed.
we would continue the public hearing at our next meeting.
And
then vote then.
What would we do to get more response from the public?
I would have a conversation with people who live on White Place to make sure that they're aware that this is what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
Well, some of them were here earlier, so they know it was on the agenda, so, I don't know.
And how close is this work to housing or houses on White Place?
It's pretty tight down there. Yeah.
It's houses every.
Right, but I mean, how far away from Washington Street is it?
I'd say maybe 15, 20 feet.
Okay, so it's not in that curve that goes down White Place where most of the housing is. There's that one building on the corner there.
Right.
So the question is whether, you know, whether it's going to affect anyone on White Place. If the work is basically next to Washington Street. I mean, is it a noise issue? Is it going to be a noise issue?
That intersection turns into almost a parking lot between the hours of, I'd say 7:30 a.m. until 9:30 a.m.
On weekdays?
And then, yeah, weekdays, and then again from like 3:30 until about 6:30 p.m. Trying to go from Town Hall to then like onto Route 9, going down Washington Street and via those like 3 or 4 lights, it backs up.
Yeah.
You
What
usually
about
sit at the
what about on
lights.
the weekend, which is what we're talking about now?
The weekend, I think what I would like to hear from people who are directly affected is whether or not they prefer night work to weekend work.
Yeah. Okay, so how would you do that, Mr. Ditto?
Just fly.
Sorry to put it on you, but.
Yeah, well, we'll just send out a questionnaire for everyone living on the street and see what they prefer. We'll give them 2 or 3 options, or give them another if they have a better option.
Okay, so you'll do that between now and, let's say, next week, and
Yeah.
get the responses, as well as the proximity of the people who are responding to the site of the work. Okay. Is that gonna screw up your job there?
No, I mean, we can't do anything until it gets approved, so.
Yeah.
May I ask you a question, and how noisy is the work? I mean, do you have jackhammers and backup lights, and
Oh, yeah, I mean, they have to break up the pavement and dig down, so.
that's terrible.
Okay.
Necessary.
Okay, so let's, any other comments from the audience? This is a public hearing, so it's your opportunity to state your opinions, views, comments. Okay, so we'll defer this to a future date, probably next week, but, maybe the following week. And you will get comments from the abutting residents regarding their preferences in terms of when this work will be done. Let them know what work is being contemplated, noise levels, et cetera. I assume it's not to the level of a noise bylaw waiver, is it? Okay, so.
Well, if they're going to work in the evening.
Yeah, it would be, yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean,
If they're going to work in the evening, then it's a bylaw.
okay.
If I can just note also that there are 2 town meeting members who live on White Place. I'd recommend direct outreach to them. One was Dan Saltzman, who was here earlier today, and another one is Ann Trecker, and their information's available.
I think Dan's going to do
Okay.
that. I sent him an email, but he hasn't responded.
Okay, so this hearing is deferred until future date.
You want to defer, you want to continue the hearing?
Continue, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. So next is question of approving the petition of Comcast for permission to construct a location for conduits and manholes with the necessary cables therein at Harvard Street, running southeasterly from an existing cable manhole at the intersection with Green Street, a distance of about 125 feet to a new manhole.
Good
Please
evening.
identify yourself.
Tim Corthell with Comcast, here tonight to ask for approval of installation of about 125 feet to 4-inch conduits. This will allow us to add a little capacity to our existing services, as well as this will be in addition to another phase of a project and other services in the area closer to 283 and 277. We have some interest of a future build-out in that area. And it's also just brought to my attention, Mr. Ditto, that there was a gas leak. It was stage 1.
Oh, that's a serious gas leak.
Yeah, NSTAR's leak survey discovered a Class 1 gas leak, and they're actually out there working on it now. They've excavated and located the leak, and they plated it for the night, and they'll be back there tomorrow. That's it.
So will that gas leak be fixed? Oh, God. Will that gas leak be fixed by the time your work is going to be started?
Yeah, they've already started, so.
Pardon me?
They've already started, so I'm sure.
NSTAR has already started, yeah.
Correct.
All right, okay. Any other question about that, Nancy?
No, Comcast, National Grid has started to me.
Yeah. Okay.
So National Grid is digging up the street, and they're going to fix this gas leak. And then they're not going to pave the street over. You're going to come in and do your work, and then you'll pave the street over? Is that how it's going to work?
Depending on where the location of it is.
What?
Depending on the location, I mean, we'll return the road to its existing condition. We'll be in the gutter, whereas the gas seems to be a little bit in the middle, in the middle of the road compared to where we'll be in the gutter line.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Any comments or questions from the audience?
Yeah.
Yes,
You need
please
to
come up to the mic.
Okay, well, my question is, how often do
Wait, don't ask a question until you get to the mic.
How often do these gas leaks happen, and what are done to prevent them from happening in the first place? And why do we need more and more and more and more and more? Since I've moved to the town.
Okay, this is Comcast.
Okay.
The gas leaks are
The
the
gas
gas
leaks are-
company.
Oh, not from them.
Great
Okay.
question, wrong guy.
Okay. And what are
We
they
just brought
doing?
attention of it.
Okay, okay.
We
thank
just want to make sure it was clear before our work was done.
Okay, any more questions from the audience? It's a public hearing. Any comments, observations, whatever? Anything from the board, Mr. Franco?
So it looks like this is going to take place over the course of 3 to 4 days, and according to the information sheet we have, it's going to be weekend work. So that would mean 2 weekends of work.
Essentially, yeah.
And we're talking about a possible lane closure.
Yeah, so there's a couple of the ballards there to prevent a left-hand turn.
Mhm.
So we might have to squeeze down the road depending on the equipment and where we're at. It's just possible. I don't think we'll have an issue. There's no parking in that area, so we'll be able to move everything over, especially working in the gutter.
Well, I'm a little concerned if you're going to do it on, 2 weekends, and then there'll be nothing during the week. The road will be torn up from National Grid, presumably. And so how's that going to work?
We'll return the road to smooth and level.
But you won't have finished the work. You mean in between, you'll?
Correct. We'll put the
whole
final.
week? Okay.
Yeah, we'll put the final top on that to make sure.
So the week that you're not working and you're waiting till the next weekend, you'll do something temporary to make sure that people can get down the street.
Correct. What we'll do is we'll have a temporary patch, and then we'll come back if we have to repave it and do a top coat.
Will there be any interruption to the sidewalk?
Not at this time, no. It's all on the roadway.
Okay, any other questions from the board or the audience?
Just saying, I'm glad we have this process where we actually investigate before we dig. We found a very serious leak here, and I'm glad we have this process.
Question of approving the petition of Comcast for permission to construct a location for such a line of conduits and manholes with the necessary cables therein under Harvard Street at the manhole at the intersection of Green Street, a distance of 125 feet to a new manhole. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. As a courtesy to the individuals here for the, let's see, common victualler and liquor licenses for Bab, Noah's Kitchen, and Malacan Sushi Express. It's going to be a while before we get to you, so just be forewarned. And we appreciate your patience. Thank you. Okay. So, public hearing and possible vote on the following November 19th, 2019 Fall Town Meeting articles. Let's start with Article 3, Budget Amendments, which is petition of the Select Board. Ms. Goff, tell us what we need to know.
Good evening.
So Article 3 of the warrant is the budget amendment that we do in November to account for some changes since we voted on the budget in May. We have 4 changes proposed. The first is to allocate state aid, which came in higher than what we had anticipated in May. We generally are more conservative with our state aid assumptions. We need to make an adjustment for our debt service budget with the failure of the override and the funding source of a debt exclusion no longer an option. We need to fold the cost of the debt service around the ban for the Oak Street properties into the within the tax levy. And then we need to appropriate.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
And that ban's going to be rolled over into next year?
So I think that after we have a decision on the Oak Street warrant article, that will give us better guidance on what we're going to be doing in the spring. And then the next adjustment is appropriating revenue from our rideshare on transportation network companies assessment that gets directed back to the communities. And then we are also looking to appropriate additional revenue from the host community agreements from recreational marijuana facilities. You should have a memo from me that outlines the details behind those proposals. For state aid, it is going to be distributed according to the Town Schools Partnership after we allocate funding for a composting program, which was agreed to back in May. If there was additional state aid, both town and schools would be sharing in that expense. So after allocating that, there is $30,895 available for each the town and the schools. The school appropriation will go up by that amount, and the town recommendation is to appropriate that money into the fire department budget. Debt service we just talked about. Rideshare revenue. So I believe Todd Corain is here to talk a little bit more about the recommendations around rideshare revenue. We have an elderly transportation program. Ruth Ann Doback is also here to speak in support of the recommendations around that program. Public transportation, bus stop amenities, and then a recommendation around the Olmsted Bridle Path concept design. After that, there is HCA money, host community agreement money, that we have recommendations around. So we've been hearing a lot of feedback from the community via email, via conversations from the board, interactions with department heads, and we've met with department heads to build some recommendations around use of the funds. The funds have some guidelines in terms of they have to help mitigate the impact of the industry on the community. And so we have recommendations around the police department budget, some overtime, some parking enforcement officers, 3 additional officers for a bike unit, uniforms and supplies, drug recognition training. We have recommendations around DPW, a dedicated litter patrol, overtime for park enforcement, big belly trash units, signage and supplies, and a vehicle for the additional litter personnel. The health department, we have a recommendation for a substance abuse position that was previously funded by the school department to allow HCA funds to cover that expense. Part-time substance abuse counselors that currently are funded by a grant that will be going away in January. Community health specialist, environmental health policy analyst, program supplies. And then also we have a line item for benefits associated with the new positions that are part of this recommendation. Earlier tonight, it was downstairs with the advisory committee where we talked about all these recommendations. There were a lot of members in the community that some are still here tonight. But I wanted to assure them that, this is still an evolving process, and that, the recommendations that we have here are for fiscal 20, and that as we go through our budget process for fiscal 21, we'll be refining these recommendations as well. One of the things that the advisory committee subcommittee did was they reduced the number under the health department by $80,000, and they actually added that to the select board's office to create a position that would act as a community liaison. So that's something that the full advisory will still have to debate and make a recommendation on, but that's where the subcommittee landed. Other than that, the rest of the recommendations in the memo were supported by the subcommittee.
Okay, any questions from the select board? Yes.
Yeah. So you mentioned about around the HCA in particular, that these are just for this fiscal, but some of this is around personnel. Does that then commit us, though, for the next fiscal to continue? I mean,
So
for-
it
for
would likely be
employing new people?
ongoing, and so the way that I described it with the advisory committee was that I consider this to kind of be like a grant funding. And so when we create the job descriptions and advertise for these positions, we need to make it clear that it's conditional upon funding. And to the extent that that changes or shifts, then some of these positions have enough attrition that if the funding went away, we would have a vacancy that likely would pop up that then we could, reduce without a negative impact. Part of the reason why I'm recommending overtime for park is that I would like to see a little bit more time to make sure before we hire a park ranger that, that this is something that there'll be funding to support.
Okay. And there are some, I mean, we'll hear from a petitioner tonight about wanting to use some of this funding in a different way. Is that, do you have I don't know want to say do you have a plan B, but have you thought about alternatives to this plan if the board should decide that we wanted to say 30% of this revenue should be used in a different way than you have outlined here? Do you have ways to come up with a different plan for us?
Sure, so that's part of the reason why we're having public hearings on all these warrant articles. And I think that, depending on the feedback that we get tonight, we could present, when the board is ready to take a vote on this item, we could present a final recommendation. I think that this also is, our goal here was to address some immediate concerns that we were hearing from the Brookline Village area. And longer-term mitigation, using these funds for that, that's something that will evolve as we go into the next budget cycle as well. Okay. I don't know if Melanie.
Well, if I could just add, so we have, this is obviously a new law, and it's under the jurisdiction of the Cannabis Control Commission, and they have provided guidance, a guidance document to cities and towns relative to use of community impact fees that are part of these host community agreements. I'm sure you're aware that there's been a lot of news reports about them, and the industry and the legislature being concerned that they're used for the intended purpose in the legislation, which is to mitigate the impacts. We haven't sought any independent legal advice. We could probably ask the CCC about specific proposals if the board has them or the public has them. I'm not sure, frankly, that the CCC is going to be in the position of responding to these, but they've submitted their guidance document, and I think that's probably what they're holding their hat on these days.
And just to add to that, one of the things that I had said to the advisory committee as well is that a lot of times when there's not clarity around certain laws, sometimes the Department of Revenue will put out advisories and bulletins that provide further guidance. But at this point, there's nothing other than the original guidance that they provided, which explicitly tells you, what the limitations are for funding.
I think we've also I know we've discussed, still related to the host community agreement, we've discussed the need for greater enforcement and on trash. I don't know that we've had the conversation about the line items here related to the public health department, essentially. I'd love to, at some point, get some documentation or hear from Dr. Jett about sort of rationale for these positions, why these are important.
Absolutely, and I think the rest of the board members might be a little bit more familiar with that because as part of the past couple of budget cycles, Dr. Jett has been talking about his plans for these funds when there was funding in place. So I think there might be, some familiarity with some of these positions. The epidemiologist, we've talked about that as well through the budget cycle. But I think that given the actions that the advisory took on this particular piece of the recommendation, that he probably needs to come back and give a little bit more color to the recommendation.
That'd be great. At least get me up to speed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I do want to endorse what the advisory subcommittee did in terms of carving out some dollars for an individual to be responsible for coordinating response to dispensaries. I think right now that responsibility lives with everybody and nobody. And I think having somebody that's maybe a little bit more nimble that can have conversations, get input, and think about potential responses to problems when they pop up in a holistic way, I think would be very beneficial. And I think using some of these dollars is the appropriate way to get us on the right track.
Sure.
So I heard that you felt, that the community was looking for a response. Was there any kind of formal-ish process with soliciting feedback from the neighborhood as to what they wanted to see these funds specifically used for?
Sure, so this, this process of soliciting proposals from departments is not dissimilar to the way that our normal budget is run in terms of the departments that are experiencing the aches and pains and hearing from the community, and we're also hearing from the community. That's kind of how these proposals get built. We didn't do a participatory budgeting exercise in order to create these proposals. But the feedback I heard tonight is something that I will be bringing to departments when we talk about our fiscal 21 budget process, which we kicked off last week. So, I definitely heard some of the concerns and recommendations, and that's something that we're going to be talking about with departments when we talk about their budget proposals. One of the other things that the advisory committee brought up was, they'd like to see some performance metrics around some of these requests so that we can really demonstrate what the impact is.
So does that mean for the next fiscal, you will engage in a participatory budgeting exercise?
No, that's typically not what we do when we are building budget proposals. I'm relying on the department heads who are, the experts in their field on what they see and what they feel, that they would need to do in order to provide the service that the community is asking for them.
Right.
I think we're relying on this process, this hearing tonight, and the multiple hearings that are going on, and eventually town meeting to help inform the public process. But we don't, putting together our budget, we're not out in the community and doing that.
I mean, I would maybe argue that this is the perfect example of a community impact fee. The best way to, engage in participatory budgeting, everybody, would be around this particular fee, is to think about what folks in the Brookline Village community and potentially later in the Coolidge Corner community and in future communities would want to see those dollars used for. I think it'd be well worth the time.
I think they already are weighing in on that issue. They've talked about in the online, I think in the community meetings about more police presence, for instance. And, we can't expect that members of the community come up with the exact dollar amount and who would be assigned, and what police officers. But the ideas come from
I agree with
community
that,
members.
Yeah.
And so then we rely on the chief to put together the budget until,
Yeah, that's one view. I'd say I have a different view, which is that the opportunity to actually bring neighbors together, and it's not about figuring dollar amounts or which officer is on the beat, but actually a matter of priorities and having the community feel like that they've had a true and meaningful say in what those priorities are, even if potentially we end up with the same or a similar result. I think it's worth the time.
And we've reached out to the community, and it's not just one community that has priorities that we have to take into consideration, but priorities around town.
Well, maybe an interesting way to get at the type of feedback that you're talking about is to, assuming that we do create this position that's in charge of looking at impacts, give a budget to that individual, and then within that department or that silo of work, allow for expenditure of some dollars on things that impacted communities think are a priority, and leave apart the additional police officers and DPW personnel, but as an intermediate step towards, as we get more experience, have that individual control a pot of money which can be deployed in ways that are based on conversations.
I would still like to see some sort of task force that,
Yeah.
it's a formal process that brings members of the directly affected neighborhoods where these are located.
That came up at the advisory committee level as well. And I think that, the TNC money and the process that the Transportation Board has established might be a model that we should be looking at. Because that, that did have a lot of engagement from a lot of different stakeholders as well.
I do think having a single town staff member responsible for this is the right move. I think having them work with a group of folks, whether that's formally convened or informally convened, is probably the right way to go, and something that makes sense to me.
I agree on that.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Any questions from the audience? Comments from the audience? Yes, Susan.
My name is Susan Park again. I live in Precinct 2. I have prepared a statement, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. So I believe the very fact of a community impact fee proves there's a problem with the cannabis outlets in Brookline. Other businesses don't need community impact fees because their operations aren't a nuisance, nor do the police receive numerous calls throughout the day to the point that they cannot keep up with the calls for one business. I believe the problems NETA creates are problems we cannot spend our way out of. They are problems of scale due to their thousands of customers per day and 75 million in turnover. The impact of this is unmanageable in our urban setting. We believe the problems will get worse. 3 more cannabis outlets at NETA's scale will create 4 times the problems and damage 3 more neighborhoods. Brookline will have 4 big box cannabis retailers, along with the traffic crowds and disorderliness that go with them. The problem will be unmanageable. It is wrong to have strategies for mitigation when prevention is possible, and it is wrong to let NETA and Sanctuary buy their way out of responsibility for the harm they cause. The right thing to do is to prevent problems, especially when we know they are headed our way, which is why 1,500 Brookliners have signed a petition proposing common sense rules on opening hours and by appointment only sales. Appointment only has proven to work in other places like Newton. These will dampen the impact of the cannabis outlets, hopefully making NETA and Sanctuary the good neighbors they claim they want to be. They will assure access to medical and recreational cannabis and allow NETA and Sanctuary to run solid businesses. Also, since recreational marijuana was added to NETA after medical marijuana, the original bylaws of the 500-foot buffer should be revisited since no one, not even NETA, knew the exorbitant number of customers visiting NETA each day. This is an area that needs further exploration. When recreational marijuana was added to sales at NETA, the original 500-foot buffer for schools was applicable for medical marijuana shops. So I believe at NETA, the difference between the medical marijuana sales and recreational is about 80% difference. And that's what was said at the NETA meeting a couple weeks ago. To conclude, the conversation on community impact fees is upside down. We want a common sense framework so communities don't require community impact fees. Taking the money makes us complicit in their inability to operate at scale and be good neighbors. It sends the message that Brookline has a price tag and NETA and Sanctuary can dangle a carrot in front of the neighborhoods to silence burdensome hours and the toll it's taken on the adjacent neighborhoods. We cannot give NETA and Sanctuary the moral authority to tell us they have paid us for the harm they do. In that spirit, we ask Select Board and Town Meeting to prioritize the overwhelmingly supported over 1,000 signatures to support the 3 warrant articles that will restrict operating hours, shift all pot outlets to by appointment only, and set up a study committee to understand other measures for protecting the community before there is an impact rather than after. Only after that should we be discussing a community impact fee. If they do their job right, then we won't need it. That's all I have. Thanks.
Any other comments? Mr. Corain.
Did you want to dive into TNCs now, or did you want to address the NETA stuff?
TNCs?
It's part of Article 3.
This is part of Article 3?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Todd Crane, Transportation Administrator for the town. As the board can appreciate, there are many competing demands for limited transportation-related money, including funding toward bicycle improvement projects from the Green Routes Master Network Plan, pedestrian improvement projects advanced by the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, public transportation amenity improvements advanced by the Public Transportation Advisory Committee, requests to address deficiencies in the public way for disabled residents, improve transportation options for the elderly, safe routes to school projects, and many more. Between the town's capital improvement project budget, including bike, traffic calming, roadway, and sidewalk line items, Chapter 90 funding, complete street funding grants from MassDOT, TIP funding from the MPO, and now TNC funds, Transportation Division staff and the Transportation Board attempted to balance the needs of all modes and stretch the funding sources as much as possible to achieve the goal of creating a multimodal, climate-friendly transportation system that prioritizes alternative modes of transportation in order to reduce congestion by moving people away from single-occupant motor vehicle trips and personally owned gas-powered motor vehicles. After a public meeting in April and followed by a public meeting in July, the Transportation Board unanimously voted the following 3 projects to advance for the TNC funding. This year, the TNC funding totaled $234,757. They're recommending you set aside $77,000 towards Brookline Elder Transportation. This would support 3 different programs to increase access to transportation services for Brookline seniors in support of the town's goal of aging in place and our designation as a World Health Organization age-friendly community. Ruth Ann Dobeck is here from Council on Aging and can answer specific questions about those 3 projects. The second project is the Olmsted Bridle Path Restoration Concept Design. This will set aside $117,757 to be used towards the cost of the concept design study for the Olmsted Bridle Path Restoration Project, as approved and requested by town meeting in November of 2018, with the support of the Transportation Board at the time, as well as the Select Board. This money will be used can be used as either a local match for potential grants or as part of a larger allocation of town funds to pay for the total cost of the study, which is scoped out at $200,000 by the town's consultant. This project at the June Sustainability Summit, out of every idea and project that was put forth, got the single largest number of votes by the attendees there. This is a key priority project for bicycle planning, for regional planning, bicycle as well as pedestrian, as well as achieving our sustainability goals. The third project is $40,000, and this goes towards public transportation bus stop amenities. This will purchase and install up to 20 benches at designated bus stops identified by the Public Transportation Advisory Committee's Bus Stop Amenities Program. It also plays a dual role of supporting the Pedestrian Advisory Committee and the Brookline Community Aging Network's request for additional pedestrian seating along main sidewalk routes of Harvard Street and Washington Street to provide areas of rest for to increase walkability for seniors along those main corridors. So those are the 3 funding sources that the Transportation Board is recommending to town meeting to spend the TNC money.
And just for the non-transportation administrators in the room, TNC is from the rideshare, Uber, Lyft.
Correct. Yep. Transportation network companies is their technical term. The rideshare, Ubers, Lyfts, etc.
Okay, yes, Ms. Stolberg. Pardon?
Thank you. Ruth Ann Dobeck, Director of the Brookline Council on Aging, with our Chair, Yolanda Rodriguez. We are here tonight to express our deep support for this funding. As many of you are aware, 20% of Brookline's population is over the age of 60. It's growing. Nancy Heller was at our Party of the Century today, where we were honoring our centenarians who are still living in the community. The oldest one in attendance is 108. So that shows our need for transportation continues as the population ages. We have been for many years expressing our deep need for even more transportation services, and in every budget process have been told there's no additional funds. So when we first heard about this funding last year, we worked with the Transportation Board and Todd Corain to say, since the funds are designated for impact around Uber and Lyft, one of the critical transportation for seniors has been the taxi cab industry. Historically, for over 40 years, the town has been provided through CDBG funds a discount program for low and moderate income seniors to use cab coupons. We now see that the taxi industry is in decline, and we need to be coming up with new programs. The Council on Aging received funding from a number of grants. The biggest was Mass DOT gave us a 3-year pilot program, and that's where the TRIPS nomenclature came from. We successfully have produced a resource guide and a travel specialist. We see the ever-changing landscape of new programs and also received some private fundraising and 3 other grants to start us on our way. This summer, we've conducted a survey of our current most active BETS participants, and again, through a grant from the National Council on Aging and LIFT, have been able to start a small pilot program, which is allowing seniors with smartphones to get discount on Lyft rides. So this could help alleviate some of the stress of the decline in the cab industry. The other important program is we see that transportation is based, again, if our senior population starts at the age of 60 and runs to 108, you need to have at least 4 different models. The first is people are able to use Uber and Lyft or other modes with a little bit of instruction and possibly a subsidy to keep the cost down. There are independent younger seniors. There's a second group that can make that transition, but they need a lot of technical and education and support. And that's, again, what the TRIPS program provides, is that education and one-on-one support. There's a third group of traditionally older users who may not have smartphones, may not have credit cards. They are not going to be able to adjust to an Uber Lyft model, but there are other existing and new models, innovative, that are on the forefront to help them with dispatch and concierge. That is a difficult model because it does require some staffing time. Then there's the fourth category of your most frail seniors or medically needy seniors who need transportation not just to the door of a service, but what's called door through door, where they possibly have a companion or an escort or somebody to assist them. And that's one of the last pieces of funding that this model will provide for. So we're very confident that all of the needs from the youngest independent seniors from 60 to 108 can be addressed as we look at that the average person living in Brookline will not have a car for the last dozen years of their time living in Brookline, and we need to have innovative, economical, convenient, safe transportation modes. So transportation is one of the most critical aspects. There hasn't been any kind of budgeting through the town process. We're very excited that there is a new source of revenue through the Uber and Lyft tax, and urge your support for our spending. Thank you. I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Any other? Step up and identify yourself.
My name is John Bowman. I live on Beale Street, and I chair the Bicycle Advisory Committee. I was happy to witness the Advisory Capital Subcommittee earlier this evening vote in favor of the Transportation Board's recommendation for the allocation of these TNC funds, and I hope that you will make the same decision. I would like to put in a special plug for the Bridleway project funding. As Todd said, it's a project that was approved by last year's town meeting, and it enjoys increasing widespread public support. This project holds the possibility of transforming the important Beacon Street corridor which can currently be used by only the most rugged bicyclists, into one that provides safe and pleasant passage by bicycle, by electric wheelchair, and other micro-mobility devices for people of all ages and abilities, including children, families, and seniors, enabling them to bike in that area without riding on the sidewalks. The last thing I'd mention is that this proposed near $118,000 does not fully fund the study that has already been priced out. But what it does do is serve as a seed money to entice potential external funders who would like to see the commitment of the town to this project and are willing to provide matching funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, I'm Frank Carroll. I'm here in a number of capacities. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm the chair of the Brookline Livable Community Advocacy Committee, and I'm the co-chair of the Age Friendly City Committee and a member of the Pedestrian Advisory Committee. Too, kind of really very appreciative of the work of the Transportation Department in developing these recommendations, and appreciative of the Transportation Board in supporting them. And I reinforce just very briefly what Ruth Ann Dobek said about the importance of this spending for seniors. When older people are asked about their needs and what it takes for them to continue to live successfully in the community, one of the most important issues that always rises to the surface is transportation. And since we started the Age Friendly City Initiative, and one of the things I've said until I'm blue in my face is we've got to develop a stronger way of supporting subsidized transportation for seniors here in town. And I couldn't get anybody to, other than Ruth Ann, to pay any attention to me, because it's, everybody knows that it's important and everybody knows that there's no money for it. But the fact that we have this new source of revenue really provides us an opportunity to look at this in a fresh way, and I'm very pleased with this recommendation, and very important to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jacob Meunier. I live on William Street in Brookline. I'm a member of the Bicycle Advisory Committee. I'm also one of the volunteers who worked to help stage a couple of the Bridal Way events that we held last May and then in October. In fact, I see faces up here, folks who attended our event. I just wanted to echo John Bowman's sentiment that I think this is a project worth funding, and this seed money is really important for showing on a town level and a regional level and a state level and even on a national level, if this is a serious project, that's deserving of more funding to actually get it built. And so this one small step will lead to much longer, more important steps later on, but it's important to take that first step. So I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Schiffer Free Woman. I live on Longwood Ave. I definitely support providing funds for older people and other people who need transportation, whether it's through Lyft. I don't know, maybe that senior bus could take people around if it's somewhere in town, or maybe there's a way of organizing rides for people so that it can be a livable city for older people. And while I did vote to legalize marijuana, I think that the potential for such incredibly large crowds of people. I mean, I just see in Brookline Village there's enormous crowds, and I think that I've just seen so many businesses close down. Crossroads Trade, Walgreens, and it seems like what we have is a whole lot of banks and nail salons and cigar shops, and I can understand that the town wants revenue, but I support Ms. Park's proposal to, to put some kind of limits on it so that it can remain what feels like a neighborhood and to do what can be done to allow other kinds of businesses to flourish. And, yeah, that's what I think. Thank you.
Jules.
Hi, I'm Jules Milner-Bragi. Thanks for the opportunity to speak briefly. A resident of Aspinwall Hill and a petitioner for warrant Article 23 for the November 2018 town meeting that called for the Bridleway restoration feasibility study on Beacon Street. I want to say that I appreciate the work of town staff, the pedestrian, public transit, and bicycle advisory committees to the Transportation Board and the board on developing the multi-age, multi-transport mode collection of transportation programming, transport facilities, and planning projects that's in the TNC portion of this amended budget. Mobility is freedom, so it's been a privilege to participate in the town's planning efforts in this domain over the past couple of years, learning a bit about each of those committees. I also want to say that I appreciate the engagement of town administrator and leadership in DPW and planning departments in revising that warrant article a year ago this time to craft a process for integration of that initiative into the town's budgeting and planning processes. I've learned a lot, so I appreciate your help. And I really appreciate the engagement of staff in the Public Works, Transport and Highway Divisions and Police Department in developing and holding recent successful public events to engage the community about envisioning Beacon Street. I believe that we have not just gained feasibility knowledge on the ground, but reached folks in a way that's complementary to the discussions and the work that happens here at Town Hall. So I urge you to support this next step to gain further knowledge about whether this project and how this project may be feasible, and to engage and talk to Brookline folks more about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. O'Neill. Sure.
Good evening, you guys. Good evening. I just have a question about
Please identify yourself first.
My apologies. Donnell O'Neill, Sr., town meeting member from Brookline Village, Precinct 4. I have a question about the host community agreement impact fee money. And on the Cannabis Control Commission website, they have examples of where the money should go. There's no direct, this is exactly where the money is supposed to go. So I guess my question is, before town meeting appropriates the money, because I'm pretty sure town meeting has to appropriate the impact fee money as well. Am I right or am I wrong?
Correct.
I'm correct? Okay, so for, I guess the board, just to realize all that money does not need to go to DPW, does not need to go to the police department, and does not need to go to the health department. Some of it needs to get spread out to groups who actually need the help. So I'm thinking I didn't see anywhere in the impact fee monies that Diversity Inclusion Board, unless that's included with the health department, could have some access to that money. That's all I want to say for that before I get up and talk about 29.
Yeah. I think with respect to warrant Article 29, I'm thinking of whether that could be referred to a committee, and that committee could identify ways in which, consistent with the Cannabis Commission, could
I've been in
use money
contact
for.
with them, but not.
Yeah, I know. Can use the money for specific community development programs connected to, or either directly or indirectly to the cannabis industry.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll talk about that when your article comes up.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anything else on the board? We're not going to take this warrant article up for a vote this evening, but in a future meeting, and we will include in our recommendation we'll discuss including in our recommendation transfer of funds from Health Department to the Select Boards, to a Select Board Community Liaison position, and other changes or adjustments at that point. So moving on to Article 5, Oak Street. Ms. Nobrega.
Good evening. Mariah Nobrega speaking on behalf of the three petitioners, one who is up there. you know what the warrant article is about. I'm just going to give a little bit of the history and then talk about what advisory subcommittee talked about, as it might be interesting to your thoughts. So as you know, this warrant article was one of two identical warrant articles that were filed, one by myself, former select board member Neil Wyshynski, and current select board member Ben Franco, which is this warrant article, and then the other one filed by the select board itself. And so given the duplication, one was pulled out. So as you know, also, it doesn't mandate a sale. What it does is enable a sale. At the advisory subcommittee, we had, it was a joint hearing of capital and school subcommittees to review this warrant article. And Helen Charlevsky, chair of the capital subcommittee of the school committee, was in attendance and reported on the school committee's position on this warrant article, which is that they feel that holding onto the properties enables flexibility in the long term. And our position is that voting favorable action on this warrant article actually gives greater flexibility to the schools and the town, because what it lets us do is it lets us hold onto the property if we choose to, but it also allows us to be agile should we need to free up the bond capacity on this warrant article to, for example, cover some other property that might be more strategically suited to our needs going forward. It allows us to then act on that without having to come back to town meeting for that authorization at a later date. At advisory, we discussed the cost of the payments, and currently, and whether or not basically the rent, if the town were to act as a landlord, whether or not the rent of the properties could cover the costs and the cost of the bond payment. And basically, to cover the interest-only payments, which is what we're doing right now, is not paying principal, but just interest only on the bond. The units need to be rented at about $4,000 a month each, and that is not unreasonable that's actually very reasonable given the market, that we could probably cover those costs. However, that can only be done for, Melissa's not here anymore, but they're 3 to 5 years-ish, right? So that's a limited time possibility, after which, once we were to convert to covering principal as well as interest, need to be rented at closer to $8,000 a month to cover principal and interest, even at the reduced, not at the 5% interest rate, but the 3% interest rate, which is the more typical current interest rate for the town. So it's significant cost to actually be able to cover that principal plus interest. So with that discussion, the two subcommittees voted unanimously 10-0-0 in support of the warrant article.
Any questions? I have a question. So we can roll over the ban for up to 5 years, Melissa? I just want to.
After the third year, you need to start paying principal, so.
Okay, so it's 3 years. Okay, it's a long time.
Not long enough.
Well, it depends on what your horizon is.
I have a question. Have you consulted with anyone either at the Housing Advisory Board or the BHA about the potential use of either the property, of the actual, the homes there, or the land for affordable housing?
So we've talked about that. I don't think we've talked about it with BHA directly, at least I haven't, but my understanding is that this warrant article is necessary, even if there is to be a transfer at no or negligible cost to the housing authority. You still need to have authorization to sell from the town to the housing, or the authorization to transfer from the town to the housing authority. So this would be a necessary precursor should it be pursued for affordable housing as well.
Thanks.
Well, I'm sure that neighborhood would love that idea.
Well.
Any other questions? Any comments, questions from the audience? No? Okay. I've been asked, after I read my statement. I've been asked to read a statement from Helen Chalupsky on behalf of the school committee for this hearing. For the record, for our record, the school committee voted 6 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstentions in favor of asking town meeting to take no action on Article 5. Financial rationale. The town paid $4.7 million for the 3 properties. The interest cost for the fiscal year 20 ban from March to March was $140,217. Net interest cost at 1.72%. According to Ms. Goff, ban costs would be similar for a 3 to 5 year ban. If the town wanted to pay interest and principal, the cost would be, conservatively speaking, $333,477 for a 25-year term bond to pay both interest and principal at 5%. Ms. Goff believes that this is a very conservative estimate. If we were able to get $4,000 in rent per unit, we would get $144,000 a year, and if the rent were $4,500, the amount would be $162,000, which would cover any expenses and might leave the CIP with a bit of money. Strategic rationale. More importantly, we should not give up the property that we now own when everything is in such flux. We can always sell the property later on if it is not needed. The example was brought up of Sewell School on Cypress Street, and if we still had this property, we might be able to solve our overcrowding issues. Because the Oak Street property is adjacent to the Baldwin School site, the Baldwin Playground, and Sewell is strategically situated and could be used for many school, town, or park uses. As one example, it could be used along with the Baldwin Playground for field space. Additionally, when we have not solved the serious overcrowding issues in our schools, the school committee asks the select board to keep the Oak Street property. The Oak Street site combined with the Baldwin parcel increases the value and potential use of both sites. Land is scarce in Brookline, and we should not sell properties at this town. We encourage town meeting to vote no action on Article 5. You raised some of these issues in your presentation, but you're proposing that we vote approval of Article 5, so just a difference.
And can I just add one thing
Yeah.
to that, just to point out again that this article doesn't mandate sale, it enables, it authorizes sale, and also, as her point about flexibility, again, this is allowing greater flexibility to school committee and select board for any future capital acquisitions. It doesn't remove any options, it only enables greater options.
And as Ms. Goff indicated, we're not under the gun for 3 years, so. That wasn't a question, it was just a statement.
So I just want to remind the board that the funding source for this property was assumed to be the debt exclusion, and since the debt exclusion failed, we need to accommodate this within the CIP, which means there'll be other projects that will be shifted as a result.
Right. Okay, any other comments from the audience?
If these properties were not sold and they were to be rented out, who decides who to rent it to? Who the tenants would be? Who makes the decision to rent those properties to whom?
So we have a number of town properties that are rental properties, and so we would be issuing a request for proposals, and that process will be managed through the Director of Public Buildings and the Chief Procurement Officer.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments from the board? Okay, again, we're not voting tonight, but we will take this up at a later date. Do you have a question on this article?
I have a question, yeah.
Okay.
Regina Frawley, town meeting member from 16. Well, I understand we're charging $2,000 a month per unit right now for the Oak Street. Is that correct?
I think that's probably right, yes.
Yeah. Why, when everyone knows the market was much higher than that? Who made that deal, and why are we selling it so low? Which is another way of giving profit to the owners.
Yeah, is in the context of the expectation that the town would approve the Baldwin and Driscoll projects as the solution to our overcrowded problem. That vote was not successful, so, you know, the situation we face is different.
That doesn't answer my question.
It does.
It was also in the context of there were two residents of these three condos who weren't looking to sell before the town approached them. And as a means of allowing them to continue to live there for what we expected to be a short period of time, this board approved the
So you
$2,000.
sweetened the deal in order to encourage them to let go of the property for a vote that you didn't get at town meeting?
I don't think that's the right way to characterize it. I think it was, the board realized that there were two families that lived in these units who hadn't anticipated to moving, and rather than charge them market rate, we approved a $2,000 a month rent.
Isn't it true, though, you paid them over the market rate for the value of their units?
No.
No.
Oh, I think there's a dispute about that. It's coming from at least one of the owners. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? So, again, as I said, we're not taking this up for a vote tonight, but at a future board meeting. Next, Article 24, Citizens' Complaints of Discrimination and Bias. Mr. Conquest.
Good evening. Arthur Conquest, 115 Tappan Street. I have a request. Can I get a rain check
Meaning,
next week?
you mean take up this article next week?
Yes. Isn't that a rain check? I don't know.
Pardon me?
No, I don't object.
Okay.
Is that possible?
Yes.
Okay.
Is there, I mean, I guess, is there a reason? I guess I'm supposed to ask that.
Okay, if you, and I'll be, someone brought something to my attention this evening that I need to go back and discuss with myself and the person, and then correct it, so that when I do come before you, I have the right answers for the questions that you might ask.
Okay.
Can I add also that frankly, I think it'd be helpful to also have had the Diversity Commission weigh in as part of this too, and they haven't taken up the warrant articles yet. I'm not sure if that's for this Wednesday's meeting, or we have another meeting next Wednesday as well.
Next
So it's
Wednesday.
next Wednesday
Yeah.
that they'll be taking it up and voting on what they think about.
So you want to put it off for 2 weeks?
I mean, we'll have the advice of the actual commission that is being asked to take on this very sizable role.
I would find that helpful.
Yeah.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I would find that helpful.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so we'll take it up after the commission closes hearings and makes this.
And then one more question that's related to the last warrant article that you discussed. The tenants that are in the Oak Street units, do they get to live there for perpetuity at that low? No. Is there a benchmark on how long they can live there?
Yes.
$2,000?
You know what?
It's no big deal, but I'm just.
Yeah,
It's not
the
in
term of
perpetuity.
the lease had a specific term.
It
There
did.
may have been some carryover provision, but the intent was to
Limit.
it because we thought we were going to.
But there is
knock
there is a stopgap on the
Yes.
lease.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
However, we're going to be as reasonable as possible to these tenants, and we're not going to kick them out or jack up their rent immediately.
Okay.
So don't expect that.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
I'm glad to see you got your ties on.
Pardon me?
I'm glad to see you back with your ties. I said to you at the beginning of the spring that it was summertime.
Okay. I did. Okay, next is the warrant article 29, Economic Equity Advancement Fund. Mr. O'Neill.
Good evening again. Donald O'Neill, Town Meeting Member Precinct 4. So Sandy hasn't quite approved
The town
amendment.
moderator.
Yeah, the amendment that I wrote, the redlining. Melissa actually helped today do it, but Sandy wasn't pleased with it yet. I think for a couple of reasons. The language where it says marijuana establishments is where I wanted to get the fund from, where it needs to say marijuana revenue instead of saying marijuana establishments. And there was also a therefore clause, whereas clause, where I said request and require in the same thing, and that's not all right. So I'm waiting for Sandy to get back to me tomorrow with the language he likes.
You want to continue the hearing on your warrant article?
I guess so. I mean, all I'm really trying to look for is...
That will help get us out of this.
Yeah, let's I agree. Because, I mean, you guys understand what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to just...
Yeah, and we have some
you know
ideas
what I mean?
that will help actually accomplish
Yeah,
that. So
that's all. So, yes. Yes.
I also want to commend you for kind of working within the monies that have already kind of been identified, because I think when this article was originally introduced or contemplated this summer, it was unclear whether or not you were asking for additional money.
Yes, exactly, and I'm not. So I'm asking for money that's already there, and I'm kind of hesitant with the impact fee tax money because of the discussion that's going on and the loopholes in that. But the sales tax money is there. So if I could work my way with that somehow to get that through the EAF fund, I would appreciate it. But we could talk about that another time. All right.
Okay.
We're going to postpone this one too?
Yes, we'll postpone that one.
Thank you for coming out.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, next. Well,
I'm sorry, can I speak on one thing about supporting this? I know, because I may not be here for next time, but it's relevant to the discussion.
Okay.
It'll take a minute and a half. So the Cannabis Control Commission states that the commission is committed to implementing a variety of programs to actively engage people from communities of disproportionate impact and ensure that their inclusion in the legal cannabis industry. The Boston Globe has covered this topic well, and the common theme and consensus is that we're failing to make meaningful progress on this commitment. In Brookline, our zoning policies and bylaws have effectively turned our cannabis economy in Brookline over to highly capitalized and vertically integrated corporations. The opportunity for small minority-owned and underrepresented groups to participate in the economic opportunity of cannabis in Brookline is all but impossible. We could possibly in the future look at unallocated licenses and dedicate one or more of them to small businesses of equity applicants. Today, however, we do have an opportunity to make meaningful progress on this challenge in Brookline by allocating a portion of the community impact fee or the tax revenue to fund economic development opportunities for minority and other represented groups in our local economy. Brookline has the opportunity to be a leader in this area, and when he comes back with the right language, I would encourage you to vote positive action on Article 29. Thank you.
okay. Next, we finally got to you. It's only 9:30. Thank you for staying around. Public hearing on application of an all-kinds common victualler license for 4S Enterprise, Inc., doing business as BAB at 1374 Beacon Street. Come up, identify yourself, and tell us what you want to do.
Good evening. My name is Jiho Ru. I'm the director for Bob Korean Bistro. We're here to try to get our approval for the liquor license.
Good evening. In fact, it's supposed to be good night. Mr. Chairperson and the members of the board, we are here for the, my name is Daisley. I'm the counsel for the 4S Enterprise Inc. And she is the applicant as a manager. And also have here alternate manager as well. I'd like to present the record of the evidence of the notification to all the operators.
Just take these.
Just to begin with, we have been provided a list of abutters, and there are 16 of them. and we understand we are supposed to send a legal notification to the churches and the schools and the hospital within the 500 feet of the premises, but then we didn't recognize we don't have any of those. So we in fact send all the legal notifications to all the operators that are provided by the licensing board, clerk's office. And the 4S Enterprise Inc. was established back in February 2018. You may or may not recognize the owner, two gentlemen here. They were here last year, just get their license for the food common dealer. And since then, obviously, they didn't start off with the liquor license at the time. They simply start off with the food license, which is basically common dealer. And they have been quite established and settled well, and the revenue has been grown substantially and significantly over the course of a year. So they do believe this is the time to step up, because we really hate to see the patrons, because we have built actual long-term relations with the customers and patrons. And we really hate to see some of the people just turn around and say, well, this place doesn't have, liquor. So, because we constantly have this kind of demand, and customers, especially first-time customers, and we simply ask, when are you going to get the liquor license and all that, and that sort of thing. So we actually have a great opportunity, and we got the notification. Well, actually, we found there are some liquor licenses available this year. So we applied for one this time. So we are here. We are. Especially we have now reliable staffers and the other servers and all that. Also the manager, who is very experienced and have dealt with the liquor license for a very long time, as well as the alternate manager as well. We are here to take all the questions if you have.
So you don't have a license right now for alcohol?
We do have a license. We just don't have a liquor license. That's what we're here for.
So you have a wine and malt beverage license?
Yes.
I have a license to operate.
No?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Okay, we have to find out what kind of license you have.
You sell alcohol at this restaurant currently? You sell alcoholic beverages?
don't.
No.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
That was my
No.
question.
When I said we established last year, February 2018, we start off without obviously liquor license. We
Yes.
just start to be
And
Yes.
and you're
But,
looking for one now. yeah.
Also, is this right? It says hours for alcohol service will be Sunday, 12 to 9 p.m. It doesn't have any other days listed for alcohol service on this permit. Was the idea to only sell alcohol on Sundays, or?
That's not
Okay,
correct.
that's not correct. I figured.
Mr.
Yeah.
Maybe it's intended to say
I'll have to look at the
Sunday
application.
through Saturday or something like that. Okay.
Let me see.
It's on the agenda too.
No, I think it's intended to say that the only hour that is different in the service of alcohol is Sunday from 12.
That's my understanding.
Is that?
Because
I'm gonna-
Sunday,
I'm
they
gonna
begin
verify.
serving food at 11 o'clock.
Okay.
I think that's what it
Okay,
means.
and-
I just haven't seen it on the agenda or in the application listed like this before.
Yeah,
I think we're prohibited from selling alcohol before noon on a Sunday, or is that an old?
well, unless you have a
Blue laws
so-called
or
brunch license you can seek, but without that, yes, it's noontime.
Any other questions? I see that, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I see that you, initially you did not have health and police, but those approvals did come in. Did you see that, Ben?
Yes,
Okay.
they did come in.
So, is there anything else that needs to be scrutinized here?
Well, so let me just answer the question about hours, what's said on the application, and then I want to make a couple of points. So in the application materials, it's page 356 in our packet. That may be the CV license. Somebody can check me on that. Yeah, this is the CV license. The hours for alcoholic beverage service are blank, so
Yeah.
I can't answer your question, Raul. I want to make sure that the applicants understand that this is a special type of license, one that was enabled by special legislation, which means that it's restricted to that particular address. It can't be transferred to another. Okay, so as long as we're on the same page about that. And then I assume you met with Lieutenant Hayes or somebody from the police department about the the local regulations we have here in Brookline around the service of alcohol. So curious if I can just hear a little bit about some of the topics that you discussed with Lieutenant Hayes and how that meeting went.
Sure. So he just want to make sure that we are following the standard rules. We have to have a procedure on backups and the books about how we're going to proceed and how we should make sure we're training all our people who's going to serve and make sure we know how to identify and know that we have all the notes that we need to for the legal, and then we have all the responsibility for that stuff that does happen in the store, and the sense that if anything does happen, it will be responsible for everything that does.
Any other questions?
I'll just issue my standard warning that we take the service of alcohol very seriously in Brookline. We will try and trip you up by sending in underage individuals to purchase, and you're warned. And I hope we don't see you back here for a violation hearing. So
I would like to ask one question, and that is, what is your policy regarding looking at people's IDs? Do you look at everyone's ID, or do you differentiate?
No, we should check all the IDs. If especially nowadays with you can't tell with the younger generations, it's best to ID. But by what we learned that depending on how, depending on the way they look, we don't have to go to that far. But we would like to.
You mean how
ID.
wrinkled they are?
Yeah.
Or gray hair?
It's pretty much the guys.
Gray hair I wouldn't count on.
So you wouldn't.
Some people go gray when they're 30 or even younger.
Yeah, but we do want to go to far beyond that. We do card to the more of younger, even with the beard. I've seen teenagers with a beard, so we just want to make sure we're covering that. But when it's obviously with older comes in, we'd be okay with it. But we would be going to this point where we're definitely card more strict than most other places because.
I'll speak for at least some of the older generation. I don't mind being carded.
Yeah, why not, right?
It's a safer policy to card everyone.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Any comments, questions from the audience? No? Okay. Anything else from the board? Okay. So
I will clarify, but my understanding is that your liquor hours will be the same as your common victuals hours, with the exception of Sunday, which will be 12 noon instead of 11.
It's my understanding the liquor that's served on the Sunday can start only an hour after the operation of the day. That's why it has some exception to it. That was recommended by
That's
the
right.
clerk's
That's
office.
correct. I just wanted to clarify it for the board's vote.
So move approval. We don't need to condition or anything because you've confirmed that.
Right.
Move approval on the application of an all-kinds common victuar for 4S Enterprises, Inc., doing business as BAB at 1374 Beacon Street. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you for waiting.
Next, public hearing on the application of an all-kinds common victuar for PC Terrace LLC, doing business as Noah's Kitchen at 18 Harvard Street. And also alternate manager, I think that's proposed manager of record, Ben Chen.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Shayna Gallen from the Law Office of Robert Allen here in Brookline Village, and I am here on behalf of the applicant, PC Terrace LLC, doing business as Noah's Kitchen. With me this evening is Ben Chen. She's the proposed manager of record as well as the LLC manager. She's looking to open this company with her brother, Xuan Jiang, and also Song Jiang, who is her sister-in-law, and Song will be the sister, and she'll be the proposed alternate manager of record. She couldn't be here this evening. If you would recall, this was originally supposed to be heard at the end of September, but then was continued to this evening. we've provided all of the abutter green cards to Tiffany at the select board office. Ms. Chen has met with health and the police department ahead of this hearing, and she is tip certified, crowd manager certified. Really excited to get open and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
So is the health department approval still pending?
No, it's
No,
right
it's in
here.
our-
Okay, good. The other thing, Mr. Quack, this is a question for you, since no one from the fire department's here. I noticed in the materials that there's a letter from the fire department division, fire prevention division, that they went by the location and found it locked and empty. They then found no reason yet that the application should not move forward. I guess that means what?
Well, I would note that
Wait, you're not operating currently, right?
No, it's a new space.
Okay.
They need to renovate, and according to, if you look at the health department recommendation, it says, has reviewed the application and plans, and no objection to the issuance, but under the following conditions. And then they list the things that it's got to be renovated to comply with code and maintain food safety, it's that odor equipment, operation.
So in this case, where there's significant renovation, they're relying, they can't really prove anything other than what's on paper. So I think that they're just going to, inspect it later on, but I don't think you need to condition your votes on those.
Well, no, I wasn't suggesting that, but I think in the future, I think that letter should be a little more clear. I mean, it sounds like they went there, they couldn't get in, so therefore they said, well, it must be okay, and without actually doing the inspection.
What we need to do is say that it's obviously conditioned on them getting the proper licenses and complying with the health department requirements.
But it always is. I mean,
I know,
yeah.
but I'm just saying, they can't,
I'll review the
we're
letter.
granting them a license, but we're not granting it to them yet.
Yeah.
So I'm
But
saying
wait,
we need to say that it's granted in the future when you've complied with the renovation in a proper way, and et cetera.
I thought we were approving the license.
We are.
We are, but with, they can't open tomorrow.
Right, but
They won't get a certificate of occupancy if they don't meet the building code. I mean, that's the case for everybody, so I really don't think that that's a relevant issue for this.
Any other comments, questions? Public hearing, any comments from the audience? No? Then I move approval.
Well, look, I've
Okay.
got my standard question about the meeting.
Okay.
with Lieutenant Hayes. I don't want to be accused of not being equally tough on everybody, so.
I tell them ahead of their meeting.
My reputation precedes me.
Actually, as a part of our process, I recorded this meeting, and I actually have it with me right now, and I'm happy to read all of them. You want all of them?
Cliff notes, please.
Okay, I think there's a couple things very important for us, is that we must have a record of the liquor sale, and we have to have a policy in place, and every new employee need to be signed of this policy, have their names and birthday and signatures on the side. And we definitely won't sell anything to the under 21 years old, and we will check the IDs for everyone. I think that's just part of that notice.
So you've met with the police department and gone over that and in detail, right? In addition to being able to read it off your own. Okay.
And you heard my warning before that we do take the service of alcohol seriously, and we will try and trip you up at some point.
Oh, I actually, that's what the officers said. They said they actually send someone there
Yeah.
periodically. I totally understand, yeah. I look forward.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, whatever? Okay, I move approval of the application of an all kinds common vigour for PC Terrace, doing business as Noah's Kitchen at 18 Harvard Street, and the proposed manager of record, Ben Chin, and the alternate manager, Song Jing. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Mrs. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
victuals. Okay, common victual license, not liquor. This is question of approving the application of new common victualler for Momo's Inc., doing business as Malukan Sushi Express at 1038 Beacon Street. Is there someone for the, okay. Come on up and identify yourself and tell us what you're planning to do.
So this is currently a restaurant that's...
Could you talk into the mic?
Oh, so this is currently a restaurant that's already in operation. Currently, we've we're trying to take ownership of it, so we're trying to renew the CV license under a different name.
You're trying to renew the CV license under a different name. It's an existing restaurant that they're taking over.
Change of ownership.
Change of ownership. Anything else?
I've got one clarification. I see in the agenda, it's for seating of 14. I'm looking at a letter from the building department that says 10 seats is the maximum capacity. So did you get that correspondence? Did you know that the building department said you can only have 10 seats, not 14?
So the 14 seats including like the outside seating, like outside the restaurant, but the restaurant is only have 10 seats for including the bar seating.
Like patio seating as well outside.
Isn't that a separate process?
We specifically request that that be identified, and that was not. I think, my understanding is outdoor seating, which is seasonal, has to be identified separately. So I didn't see that anywhere in the application, so that's why I think we asked about the 10 versus 14. But I think at this point, yeah.
Condition on refiling the application with the proper listing of seating.
Well, if they really have refile, we just say it's 10 indoors and 4 outdoors.
Okay, they need to have that in their application.
Is there 4 seats currently outside?
Right now, there's about one 4-seated, 2 small ones, and we actually break it up. So
I think we're going to need to see a plan.
Okay.
But I think the 10's fine for now, and it's almost November, so.
Well, outdoor seating is only available April 1st through September 30th, so no outdoor seating until April.
Anyways.
Okay, so that condition, this is a public hearing,
It's not.
It's not?
No.
Oh, sorry. I mean, if you really want to say something, I'll let you, but, okay, any other questions, comments from the board? Okay, question of approving the application of new common victualler for Momo's Inc., doing business as Malukan Sushi Express at 1038 Beacon Street, conditioned on the fact that you have 10 seats inside only, and would have to apply for any outdoor seating at a later date. All in favor, Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Ms. Fernandez?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you. Okay. Special town meeting warrant article. Question of calling a special town meeting within the November 19, 2019 special town meeting for the purpose of considering articles relating to marijuana establishments.
Good evening. You should have a memo in your packet, that I'm just trying to get to myself, on a petition that the town received for a special town meeting. When you have 20% of the total number of registered voters, that petition can compel the town to call a special town meeting. So that would need to happen within 90 days of receiving the request. They certified the petition last week, and we typically, when we get these kinds of requests, if we have a special town meeting already scheduled, we try and line that up with the existing town meeting to kind of help coordinate the mailings and, gathering people. In speaking with the moderator, his suggestion is to schedule it for the first night of town meeting. We already have 2 specials scheduled for the first night. So the original first special was scheduled for 7 o'clock The second one is 7:30. This one would be 8. When we got to that hour during town meeting, we would then postpone that town meeting to a different date. That's generally how it would work.
Within the timeframe that we're scheduled to meet.
Yes.
So it will be incorporated within existing schedule.
So, yeah, it would remain within, it would be deferred until the close of the first town meeting and so on and so forth. So the articles are included in your packet, but I note that there are some petitioners here as well that may want to explain a little bit about the articles that they submitted.
Has town council reviewed, especially Article 3, on whether or not we can delay since we have received applications?
Article 3 is a non-binding resolution, so I don't think that would require town council review or attorney general review, so.
Okay. But in practice, it might.
If it passes, I think we need to understand kind of what the board would be able to do, given the direction that town meeting has provided the board.
Okay.
I think there's going to be plenty of discussions and legal opinions identified.
Yep. Well, this is not a hearing, and, this is really not the place to state your points of view on this, but if anyone just has to say something, I'll listen for 2 minutes. Seeing none. Wait, Paul, it may not help your cause, so.
You made the offer, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Step up there.
I was first going to tell you that the sushi restaurant that just came through is excellent. It's about 50 feet from my house. We eat there like 3 nights a week. First, my name is Paul Warren. I'm a Precinct 1 town meeting member and a co-petitioner for the special town meeting. Brookline developed its cannabis policies before any recreational stores opened in Massachusetts. At that time, we were told that cannabis operations would look more like package stores in their customer volumes. I think everybody kind of thought that. With 6 months of Netta retail sales under our belts, we now know that this type of operation is nothing like a liquor store. Instead of generating a couple of hundred customers a day, they generate thousands, with a large portion of them coming by automobile. It is the type of volume that you would expect from a Walmart or a Home Depot. In a Newton Tab article published yesterday, Newton residents were reported as demanding appointment only in perpetuity for a proposed cannabis shop there. City Councilor Brendan Knoll is quoted as saying, "No one wants to look like Brookline," referring to Netta. The special town meeting petition in front of you tonight has 3 goals. 1, to refine our regulations to better integrate retail cannabis sales into our neighborhoods. 2, to create a balanced approach to cannabis sales that respects the customers, the operators, the residents, and the existing businesses. And 3, to assess our overall objectives and approach to retail cannabis based on what we've learned and experienced, and to find a better way, a better balance between revenue, access, equity, and quality of life. I urge you to approve the waiving of the notification requirement of the town bylaws and execute the warrant in connection with the special town meeting to be held within November 19, 2000 special town meeting. I'd like to leave you with this closing thought. We can't mitigate, we must modify. Mitigation through extensive police patrolling and enforcement attacks nuisance, which is the symptom of the problem. For a sustainable, balanced solution, we need to modify the operating model and possibly our zoning to reduce the overwhelming customer volumes, which is the root cause of the problem. We can't mitigate our way out of this situation. We must modify it. Thank you.
So I provided the board with a draft vote that would allow them to schedule this town meeting within the special town meeting. It would also waive the notice requirements, which I've outlined for you in the memo as well, in terms of opening and closing a warrant and closing the warrant 75 days prior to special town meeting, waiving that requirement. So the recommended vote is in front of you as well.
Okay, any questions?
Yes. Is one time for one more comment?
You haven't spoken yet. Give me 1 minute. or I'll give you 1 minute.
Well, I live in the Coolidge Corner area. The events that have happened on Route 9, where at least they have a parking lot to put these hundreds or 1,000 people a day. In Brookline Village, if the store opens by appointment only, there'll be hundreds of people standing, blocking traffic in Coolidge Corner. It will be absolutely unlivable. And I wonder, how is it possible that anyone with any common sense would not automatically understand that we cannot repeat the disaster of Route 9? The absolute and complete disaster, and then to consider 2 more in Brookline. Well, we're looking at Brookline is the most beautiful community in the world. I've lived here for 30 years. We don't want to destroy it by this absolute blindness of, number one, thinking, how can we regulate marijuana sales? It's our First Amendment rights. My daughter, my own family, let alone the Board of Selectmen, my own family believes, yeah, Pop, I can't walk through Brookline Village, and I probably will not be able to walk through Coolidge Corner, but Pop, if you come here, they're going to say you're a reactionary. It's not a reactionary to say, I want to be able to maintain a beautiful community. I want to be able to walk through Coolidge Corner. It's a disaster so clear coming to us, and only absolute blindness prevents us from seeing what is facing us. Thank you. Please support these very common sense changes. If we do not do that, we will destroy our community. Thank you.
Well, a personal comment. I really wish Brookline residents would not go to Newton to find quotes attacking Brookline and bringing that into our community. I'm not really interested in Newton's bias against Brookline. It's a small matter, but I hear too much of that. Any opportunity to beat down Brookline, whether it's in this context or another context, is way too popular. We shouldn't encourage it. So, nothing else on the agenda?
Bernard, I need you to take the
Oh, we have to
vote.
vote on this. Okay. Okay, let me.
So
Okay.
I actually have a couple of questions. So this will happen within the 4 contemplated nights
Yes.
that we've all had kind of on our schedule for town
Including
meeting?
December.
We have 19, 20, 21 reserved. We also have the 26th reserved, which I think is the Tuesday before Thanksgiving, which is unlikely to be used by town meeting. And then we have the 5th of December. So it's likely that the 4th night would be the 5th of December.
Okay. And not to bring up a sore subject, but the 90-day license review of Netta is, I think, on our calendar for next week?
Yes.
Okay.
22nd,
And then
right.
are we voting, or is that just an update?
According to the license conditions, it's just a review. I don't think there's anything
We
to
can
vote on.
change
do you?
it.
Yeah, I think.
What are you going to change it to?
I think we could docket a vote on making changes if what we hear at that hearing moves us to do so.
We can change it to appointment only and reduce the hours.
You can't change the contract that they have until it gets up for renewal.
It's up
That's
for
a few
renewal
weeks.
at the end of November.
Okay, then it'd be effective then.
Okay.
Okay, I mean,
But, we can vote it. I mean, what's the point of having a reviewing a license and, not being able to make some changes according to the problems that we see?
well, that's how the license is written, so. But yes, we can do that.
I think we can change a license. There's a process we have to go through, but we can change the conditions of a license at any time, even if it's not at the renewal.
Well, not based on some reason for doing that, based on data of the problem that has to be addressed. And I don't think we can justify this by statements I hear in the community that this is a disaster area, that it's a huge crisis.
Well, we'll see what we hear next week.
yeah.
I mean, we very well could hear clear data and evidence that there needs to be changes made, so.
Okay, well, we're also hearing from the police that, some of the terrible events that are supposed to be occurring down there aren't occurring. So, yes, we'll have to weigh all of that.
I would also really like town council to give us a little bit more description on what the data that we would need in order to analyze whether changes to the license, how to judge that according to the precedent case that I think Patty had cited.
And I would hope next week we reserve some time to hear from the community, that we run it as a public hearing. So,
I think that was the intention.
Recommend everyone get here early to get the best seats. Be a busy meeting.
Okay, wait, don't go yet. Still have to vote. Okay, voted. No, we're going to vote and adjourn. Voted. I move that we vote to call a special town meeting on Tuesday, November 19, 2019, at 8 p.m. at the high school auditorium to waive the requirements of section 2.1.2 through 2.1.4 the town's bylaws, to open and close the warrant and to insert in said warrant the 3 articles that are in our materials. All in favor? Mr. Franco?
Aye.
Ms. Heller?
Aye.
Ms. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Fernandez?
Aye.
Chair votes aye.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Move to adjourn.
All right.
We're adjourned.